Copy, Chris. We have no worries with that.
On his way out to meet Bob Behnken, Chris Cassidy is stowing the lens cover and some other caps.
A reminder for Chris, as you do work with the tethers, we want them, both safety tethers, rode at zenith of the FRGF. Copy.
Once Chris Cassidy meets up with Bob Behnken, they will remove battery 1, a nickel-hydrogen battery, from the integrated electronics assembly and move it to the external pallet in slot Z.
Yellow anchor hook is locked. Copy, 2015. Looking for a go to translate on the EP. Your go, Chris. Copy. Josh, here in the bag area, and I'll be working on that stuff in the bag. Copy and concur.
If you're watching online, you can use the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter to submit your questions today, and they might just be answered on air. We have one coming from Angelo Polino asking where the old batteries will go. That's a good question, and there are a few answers. Some will be put on the external pallet, which will eventually be sent back to Earth to burn up in the atmosphere. Other nickel-hydrogen batteries, those aging batteries, will be placed on top of adapter plates for permanent storage. However, they will not be in use at that time.
adjustable sheet cap, and a net are
Copy that.
in the bag.
Copy that. We check.
Closing up the bag. I hope I got it in the right nest for you. Yeah. It'll slide a little bit too, it looks like. Alright. Bag ops complete. Down to a nominal mini workstation setup, which is very nice. And heading back on.
Copy, Chris. So, Bob, as Chris makes his way over, we can check the tethers are clear, your ingress aid stowed, and I can take the battery serial number at this time.
Yeah, tethers are clear. The ingress aid is stowed, and the battery looks like 0086.
Copy, 0086. That's a good number. You can ret Bob to the H2 scoop.
You'll also hear the term RET quite frequently today. That stands for Retractable Equipment Tether. Our astronauts are always tethered to a point on the space station. Additionally, any of the tools you see floating around are tethered to the inside of their bag.
Gosh, and Bob, one more thing to just drop down to make translating easier is dropping the GoPro.
And Chris, I copy on the GoPro.
Sorry about, thanks for your patience. I'm headed your way right now. No worries. Take it down.
Before our astronauts get started on that battery work, just a reminder of the initial configuration. There are currently 6 nickel-hydrogen batteries on the integrated electronics assembly, and on the EP, or the external pallet, there are 6 lithium-ion batteries. There are also 6 adapter plates under those batteries to keep them warm, and 3 empty slots. By the end of today's spacewalk, we will see 5 nickel-hydrogen batteries removed and replaced with 3 lithium-ion batteries and 2 adapter plates.
Bit of a long blockage there, but we're back with you now. I see the PGT and we're ready. Your settings are Alpha 7, counter 2.
Alpha 7, counter 2 is set.
Copy. We want to confirm socket tape line flush on the H1 scoop, and then you'll be go to turn to release. We expect 8 turns.
Socket tape line is flush. There's 8 turns. The indicator indicates unlocked.
Copy. 8 turns with an unlocked indicator. We'll move over to H2, looking for the same thing, tape line flush.
In Houston, 8 turns on H1, indicator indicates unlocked.
And Bob, yeah, Bob, sorry, it's a funny blockage. We did hear you, though. We checked complete on H1. We can go to H2.
I am tethered.
Roger. So on affirmative. Bob, we can go to H2, tape line flush. We expect 19 turns.
Copy. 19 turns. Indicators moving, the battery's moving out.
Copy.
Bob Behnken is currently using the PGT, or the pistol grip tool, essentially a drill, to remove 2 bolts from battery 1 on the integrated electronics assembly.
Looks nice and smooth. Yeah, I think it's all the way out, but it's full turns. There we go. PGT. I've got the PGT. Battery is disconnected here. I'll wait for you to get into a good position. Expect I'm giving you H1 since I'm tethered to H2.
Affirmative, H1.
And the first battery is released. Behnken will pass it to Cassidy, and they'll work together to move it to the external pallet.
I think you can reach. I'm ready. Copy. You have control. Okay, you have control. No need to do a rest, probably, huh? Yeah, I think so. I still have control. You have control. Ready? Control. And verify that Josh was in a tether swap so that Chris has the tether.
Copy, Chris, taking the tether.
You've got the battery and the tether. I've got the battery and the tether. Giving you a little room. I'm egressing.
You'll hear a lot of communication between the astronauts as they move these batteries from one platform to another today. This is called shepherding or inchworming, meaning they'll move slowly down the truss segment. They'll each call out, "I have the battery," or "You have the battery," ensuring that one or the other is always in contact with that nickel-hydrogen battery.
Are you an extremist there? I'm going to move one handrail further inboard. Okay, you've got control. I have control. You have control of the battery.
From Bob Behnken's helmet camera, you could see NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, EV2, with no stripes on his spacesuit, moving one handrail at a time to bring that battery to its permanent home on the external pallet.
I have control of the battery. Control. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. Here's that spot. Can't reach all the way to the connect across the T. Okay. I have control, so it'll be a short hop. Okay, you have control. I have control.
And the battery work today is obviously now underway, that first battery, nickel hydrogen, having been removed. Just prior to that, Chris Cassidy installed a new boom and HD camera to the International Space Station. He then moved over to work with Bob Behnken in releasing this first battery. As we mentioned, a nickel hydrogen battery originally on the integrated electronics assembly, and they are now shepherding or slowly moving that battery down to the external pallet. In this view from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera, you can see Bob Behnken, EV1 or Spacewalker 1, with those red stripes around the legs of his spacesuit as they pass the battery between the two.
I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. It's not in my head yet where your happy zone is. I guess it's right in here. Yeah, it's right in there. Maybe at least local to that one you just tethered to. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. And I'll just take your input on when you're ready for me to get up in there. Okay? As I'm concerned, it's now, but I just want to get you in a good spot. Okay, I'll let you take the battery. I have the battery. Okay. Do what you got to do. Okay.
And Chris, you are go when able to ingress brakes on.
Copy, Josh. Thank you. have the battery, and you want to ret? Yeah, good idea. You still have the battery? I still have the battery. I have control of the battery. Okay, I have the battery and the ret. And the ret. Releasing my ret. Okay, so yours. One in. Doug, Chris, radio check.
Unclear, how many?
Loud and clear. Surprising how close the pallet is. Yep. You still have a waste tether down onto the structure. It wouldn't be an NDL run or PVA without doing that. Tether okay? It's taking an interesting route around that FRGF, but I think if you keep it in front of you right there, you'll be good. Yeah, you're good. Okay, I'm in, preparing my ret.
We copy and concur. You'll want H1 in your right hand.
Okay, I'm ready, and I have control. Okay. And your ret? Get my ret. You have the ret and the battery. I have the ret and the battery.
Chris, a reminder as you soft dock here to stay less than 20 pounds for us.
Okay, copy. Okay, Doug, I'm going to need stand by. Be okay.
And from Bob Behnken's helmet camera, a great view of NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy as he begins to place that battery, that nickel hydrogen battery, into the external pallet.
I believe it's soft docked.
Copy.
My PGT.
Roger, we have settings when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2. Set.
Good words. Turning on H2, confirm socket tape line flush.
H2. Roger on that socket line.
Copy. Year go to turn. We're driving 2 torque, expect 16 or 17 turns.
16 or 17 turns. Here we go.
Cassidy is using the pistol grip tool to drive 1 bolt and secure that nickel hydrogen battery to the external pallet.
Copy.
5 for 16. It's going in. It's moving in smoothly, both sides. Copy. 10 for 16. .9 turns, 9.3 foot-pounds, green light. The locking indicator is all the way locked.
I copy 16.9, 9.3, green light and lock. That's a good install. You can stow the PGT, and next we need a glove, hap, and gauntlet check from each.
Yeah, have a look down here, Chris. Okay. My hap is still baseline, dry. My gauntlets are still hot. My left glove is in good shape. There's an additional patch of RGB only that has got a little bit of a feel to it on the left index finger. On the right hand, pristine, just like it was when we came out.
Copy, Bob.
And for ED2, dry hap gauntlets in place. Right glove, no changes. Left glove, perhaps a quarter of an inch more RGB flap on the same left hand base index finger. And outer layer of it RGB only.
Copy, Chris. We see it and have no concerns at this time. You can proceed with retrieving the H1 and H2 scoop, and for awareness on both of you, the met rates are good.
Copy inlet. Sitting in the APFR makes a difference. Yeah. It's retrieved. And my ingress aid is tucked in. Others look clear. That's clear.
We copy, Chris. And with that, when you're ready, you can give SSRMS a go for GCA. We're going to publish position F.
Ready for you to move to published.
I copy. Brakes are coming off, and you're clear of the work site.
Clear of the work site.
And with that, the first nickel hydrogen battery of the day has been removed from its place on the integrated electronics assembly and to its new home on the external pallet.
And here comes motion, Chris. The pallet will be traveling left.
Copy that.
You're also hearing the voice of NASA astronaut Doug Hurley, who's currently inside the space station. He is maneuvering the robotic arm, the Canadarm2 today. You can see some slight motion there. He's moving into place that external pallet, which is attached to the end of the Canadarm2. This will put it in a good position for Chris Cassidy to release the next battery, which will be a lithium-ion battery. He will then work with Bob Behnken to transfer it down to the IEA, the Integrated Electronics Assembly.
Okay, Chris, that's to the published work site Foxtrot.
Okay.
Let me know if you need any other maneuvering.
That works for me. You can GCA.
GCA complete. Chris, the brakes are on. You're go for EP ops.
Okay, thank you, Doug. All right, Josh. Good direction.
Hey, Chris, we copy. Brakes are on. You can install those scoops both at a clocking of 9, and one should still be rated to you.
Clocking of 9, which is straight down in my local world.
Concur.
It looks like H1 is probably the one for me to stay rated to.
By procedure, we had it on H2, but as long as it's rated, whatever works best for you. And Chris, when you're ready, we'll take the serial number.
270027.
Copy 27, good number.
I think I'm going to hold on to this one, Bob, and then swing it under, and you'll get this side. Sounds good.
No, we're good with that plan. PGT settings when you're ready.
Ready.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2, the set.
Copy. Confirm socket tape line flush to the H2 scoop. Turn 2 release, expecting 19 turns.
H2. Tape line flush. Here we go. Indicator moving.
Copy.
3 for 19. Okay, looks like it's coming out evenly. Copy that.
This view from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera as he removes battery F, a new lithium-ion battery, from the external pallet. And this view from Bob Behnken's helmet camera, waiting nearby to receive that battery to help shepherd it down to the IEA, the Integrated Electronics Assembly, for installation in slot 1.
Indicator's in unlocked. It hopped up on the bolt shoulder 2 times, and I'm ready to take it out.
We concur, good release.
You got bad sun this time. Yeah, that's the worst sun you can have, huh? Yeah, direct into your face. Okay, here it comes. And I'm going to wrap to it, correct?
Affirmative, we show a ret swap here. Bob, you taking H1 scoop.
Okay, I am retted, and I have control of the battery. Control. Thank you. My ret's off. I'm out. Okay. I think there was a EVA questionnaire maybe a couple years ago about, do you really need this hard visor? And with the example, I think the answer is yes, just like in baseball. Yeah.
We copy.
Chris Cassidy egressing or exiting that APFR, articulating portable foot restraint. moving to meet Bob Behnken and help to shepherd that battery to its permanent home on the integrated electronics assembly.
Okay, I have control. Okay, I have control.
As the astronauts work to move this battery to its new home, a recap of everything that's happened so far today. The spacewalk began officially this morning at 6:10 a.m. Central Time when the astronauts converted their spacesuits to battery power. Chris Cassidy moved to the S3 to install an HD camera and then joined NASA astronaut Bob Behnken on the S6 truss for the first battery removal. That was battery 1, a nickel-hydrogen battery, from the integrated electronics assembly. They then moved the battery to EP, or external pallet, slot Z, and just recently we saw Chris Cassidy remove battery F, a lithium-ion battery, from the external pallet. He and Bob Behnken are now moving that towards the integrated electronics assembly for its permanent home.
Except for here, all the treads are different. Obviously. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery. You have control. I'm going to the key. I'm going to keep my hands here. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery. You have control. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery.
We've got another Ask NASA question coming up. Don't forget to submit yours on Twitter with the hashtag AskNASA. This one coming from Mel, who wants to know what the astronauts do if they get thirsty on a spacewalk. The astronauts are out of the hatch for sometimes 6-7 hours, so we definitely expect them to need a sip of water. They do have a water-filled pouch attached to the inside of the hard upper torso. They have a plastic tube with a valve, and that is adjusted to be near the astronaut's mouth, so the astronauts have water for a drink whenever necessary.
I have control of the battery, and I'm good. Okay. I need to do the rat. Yeah, you need to get a rat. I don't think I can ingress with this without. So I have control of the battery. You have control. It is control. I have it. Copy. Red is released. I will ingress the APFR. Copy that.
We copy your go, Bob. Just check the gap spanner.
The gap spanner is clear.
Roger. Bob, once you're in, a reminder to check the ingress aid and tethers.
Copy that, Josh. Good. I am ingress to the APFR.
Copy.
I have the battery. You can red if you want. Okay, I will put a red on it. You've got the battery. I've got the battery.
Next up will be
I've got the battery, and I'm ready. Get the battery in the red. Here comes my red on. Copy. Moved. It's yours. Okay.
looking for an inspection, Bob, of the IE8 bolt interfaces.
On the IEA side, yeah, both interfaces look clear, no FOD, and the electrical connectors look clear, no FOD. Good EMI band. And on the battery side, no FOD, nice pins, EMIs, intact, look good. Pins look nice and clean. No serious markings.
Okay, we copy good inspections, both sides.
Gap spanner, I've got it. We go for the install, Josh?
You are go for the install. As a heads-up reminder, this is the slot with the interference, and so after we do install this battery, we want to avoid putting any loads onto the H2 side of it, H2 scoop.
Copy. There's the soft dock.
Copy soft dock. I have PGT settings when you're ready.
Bob Behnken now soft docking that lithium-ion battery into its new home on the integrated electronics assembly.
Good settings. We'll confirm socket tape line flush to H2 side, and then drive to torque. We expect 16 to 17 turns.
Tape line is flush, 16 to 17 turns. Here we go. Indicator's moving. I see the battery going in. Good.
Behnken will tighten 2 bolts to secure this battery to the integrated electronics assembly.
There's 16 turns. Indicator is just shy of lock. Green light, 9.0 on the torque.
I copy 16 turns, 9.0 on the torque, green light, and the indicator words. That's a good install. We'll move to H1. Same settings for H1, Bob, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Copy. Alpha 7, clockwise 2 is set.
Good words.
Flush.
Copy, tape line flash. Go to turn to torque. Expect 4 to 5.5 turns.
Four and a half turns. I got a collar error. Looks like I bumped the clockwise on it, so I'll have to reattempt to 4.5 turns, but there was a red light.
We copy, Bob. We'll just reattempt so that we do get the torque reading and the green light.
Okay, there's a green light, 9.4 on the torque. So the 0 turns that time. So.
Copy and concur with 9.4 and a green light. Check the indicator.
Indicator is just shy of locked.
That's a good install. Can release the rep.
Okay, those scoops. Look at them. I'll release the rep. Going to move the APFR next, I think.
All good words. Chris, you're relocating scoops, and Bob, you're relocating the APFR.
Battery F, the lithium-ion battery, has now been installed on the integrated electronics assembly in slot 1. So far today, NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy installed a new HD camera, and then the two worked together to remove a nickel hydrogen battery from the integrated electronics assembly and move it toward the external pallet.
H1.
Okay, affirmative. Yeah, we don't have a video right now, but PGT settings when you're ready.
I do have a green light, but I've got the Alpha 7 set and counter 2.
Alpha 7 and counter 2 are good settings. Just to confirm you're showing a green light right now.
Yeah, I'm showing a green light. I have a green TV light as well.
Okay, we're just pause for 1. We're checking that. And Bob, we think that's okay, but we're asking you to just click in and back to the setting on the torque collar.
Yeah, if I power cycle the WVS and Alpha 7 counter 2 for H1 if you're ready.
We're back with you and fully aware of the green light you were talking about. So we're ready. H1, tape line flash, turn to release, expect 8 turns.
Here we go. Indicators moving.
This view from NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy's helmet camera, looking at Bob Behnken, EV1 with those red stripes on his spacesuit, now using the pistol grip tool to release the next battery, battery 2, which is nickel hydrogen. He will then pass it over to Chris Cassidy and they'll work together to move it back to the external pallet.
Looking at about 5 turns.
Copy 5 turns and unlocked. Head over to H2, looking for a socket tape line flush, same settings.
I have loaded, I do have my red locked out with some slack.
Copy that. We're expecting 19 turns here.
This is the second of 2 bolts required to release that nickel hydrogen battery from the integrated electronics assembly.
I think that's all the way out. Agree. Got it. That's your PGT. Got it. Ready when you are. Got it.
H2 scoop going to Chris.
Copy. Really tell how much different these batteries are than the new ones. Noticeable. Ready? Control. I have control. I will release my rep.
And battery 2, a nickel hydrogen battery, has been removed from the integrated electronics assembly.
I have control. Switch my wrist. I have control. Good. You have control and you have the red. I have control and the red. Good. That will egress.
And you see Bob Behnken egress or exit that articulating portable foot restraint. He will join Chris Cassidy and the two will work together to move the battery to the external pallet. Once the battery arrives at the external pallet, Chris Cassidy will work to install it.
Just do a vertical down past you. Okay. If that helps you. Yeah.
But not before removing an adapter plate. The battery that was just removed will go into the slot of the adapter plate, which will be removed next. And that adapter plate will be moved to the integrated electronics assembly.
Ready? Yep. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. The clear of it? You are clear. Oh, wow. One battery base over makes a big difference. Not quite yet. Okay, I have control. You have control. I have the battery control. You have the battery control.
There's the 2-hour mark, guys. 2 hours. We have 7 minutes of 7 hours of consumables. MEDOX is the limiting factor, and we're 15 ahead of the schedule.
Okay, thanks, Stan.
As you heard from Ground IV Joshua Kutrick, a Canadian Space Agency astronaut, the astronauts are slightly ahead of the timeline today as we reach the 2-hour mark.
You have control of the sun. Yeah, that'd be nice. No price to pay for it not going away, I guess. Yeah, that's true. It's nice to stay in daylight the whole time. Yeah. Yeah, control the battery. Control. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery. You have control. Okay, I have control. Okay, you have control.
Next up for our 2 crew members, once they arrive at the external pallet, Bob Behnken will hold on to that battery number 2, while Chris Cassidy uses the pistol grip tool to release 2 bolts from the adapter plate. They will then remove the adapter plate and replace that with the battery.
Yeah, the adapter plate. I'll see it. And red for you. Okay. I just need to get it down here, so, all right. So, how's that? Great. I'm ready. I have the battery. You ready? And you have the battery. All right. This is off.
Chris, the brakes are on. You are go for the EP and APFR.
Copy that. Thank you.
As a reminder, we want to check the settings on roll and yaw Foxtrot 12.
Fox 12 confirmed. I see it.
We see almost in. We'll check the tethers, check the ingress aid, and make sure you have access to the tools you'll need for the adapter plate.
Oh, the tools are in perfect spot. And I'm ready, preparing my wrench. Okay, I'm ready. I have control. You have control. Removing my wrench. Wrench removed. Measure that.
H2 onto your BRT.
H2 onto my BRT.
Good words, and at this point, we'll, after it's stowed, we'll need another glove half and gauntlet from each.
Okay, my gauntlets are both still up. My hat is still dry. And my right glove still pristine. And my left glove, no change.
Copy, Bob.
Okay, BRTs. There it is. BRTs on H2. Okay. Ready to the adapter plate.
Copy, good config. Going for the ratchet next and a glove half and gauntlet before breaking torque.
I have. Gauntlets are in place. Right glove, no change, nominal. Left glove, no change to the reported RTD.
Copy, Chris. So for the torque brakes, we'll start with H1, confirming one line flush and max of 1 turn. I want to remind you, use less than 55 pounds force.
Okay, 1 line flush.
Chris Cassidy now breaking torque on 2 bolts of the adapter plate.
Copy, same thing on H2, 1 line flush, max 1 turn.
He'll then use the pistol grip tool to release those 2 bolts and remove the adapter plate from the external pallet.
Give a turn.
Copy that. We can stow the ratchet. And it'll be the same settings on the PGT, alpha 7 counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2. Here we go, ready for H1.
Confirm H1, confirm 1 line flush, turn to release 8 turns.
1 line flush, here we go.
Chris Cassidy now removing those 2 bolts. Once this adapter plate is released, the battery number 2, a nickel hydrogen battery, will go into its place, and this will be its permanent home on the external pallet.
2 lines visible. It started dipping on the bolt threads at 6.
Copy 6. Moving over to H2, same settings, alpha 7 counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7 counterclockwise 2, here we go.
Expecting 19 turns.
A little bit high running torque at the 4 turn point.
We check. We're saying keep going at this time, Chris.
11.
We're saying keep going at this time.
$19 turns. Definitely out.
Copy 19. Let's turn the PGT off and then stow it.
GT's off. Bob, on H2 on this guy. Yeah, I was listening a little to. Yeah, it was nothing big, but it was definitely noticeable. It'll be towards the end of your travel going in. Okay. Like the last third of the turn? Yeah, exactly. There's about 4 to go. All right. I'm ready to receive.
Bob, you'll get to the handrail tether point.
And I am ready to the handrail tether point. I've got it onto my BRG. Okay, mine's coming off. If you're ready, I am ready. It's yours. Okay. I have adapter plate.
We see the wave, Chris. You can check the ingress aid is touched, and then the battery can come out H2 into your left hand.
A wave from Chris Cassidy, who has just released adapter plate F and passed it off to Bob Behnken. Coming up next, he'll install battery 2, that nickel hydrogen battery, onto the external pallet, right where you see his reflection at this moment.
Doug, I'm about to put a little bit of force into the pallet.
Copy, brakes are on, you're clear.
Okay. Leave it soft dock, Josh.
Copy that, Chris. PGT settings Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Good settings. Confirm socket tape line flush to H2. We're turning to
batteries going in. Indicator approaching locked. 13, 15, 16 and a half turns. 9.1 with a green torque light lock indicator is all the way at lock.
copy 16.5, 9.1, green light and locked. Can stow the PGT. So Chris, that's a good install, and we're going to be taking the scoops with us when we egress the APFR.
All right, in work.
Bob, I see you looking at it. We'll be ready for the inspection when you are, both sides.
Both sides. Okay, on the battery side, the bolts look clear, no FOD. The EMI band. On the other side of the adapter plate, the bolts look clear, no FOD. And then on the IEA, the bolts areas look clear, no FOD, and the electrical connectors look clear, no FOD. The EMI band looks intact.
Copy, Bob. Good inspection. You can soft dock. The blind mate connectors should be ISS inboard and then get the PGT.
Copy. Josh, you need anything done with this bag? I've got the 2 scoops on me, and I think I'm just going to head to Bob, but I want to double check.
Yeah, as long as the bag is tacked down, it's not going to rotate, but it is going to translate. So if you got the 2 scoops, you can come off the EP into the APFR, just check the ingress 8 is stowed, and then when you're 5 feet away, you can give Doug his go.
Copy all.
This view from NASA astronaut Bob Behnken's helmet camera as he works to soft dock that adapter plate. First, he had to check it out for FOD, or foreign object debris, to make sure it was clear.
On the bottom of that AP inspection-wise.
Yeah, I gave you 3 inspections. Sorry about that. The battery side of the adapter plate, the underside of the adapter plate, and then the IEA. All 3 of those. EMI bands, no FOD on the bolts, and the electrical connector area looks clear.
Copy. Thanks for the confirmation, and we'll go for soft dock.
The adapter plate is soft dock.
PGT settings when you're ready.
Doug, this is Chris, and Doug, I am 5 feet away. My ingress aid is tucked out of the way. Tethers are all clear. You have a go for your motion.
Copy, Chris. Clear the work site. Ready for the maneuver to work site echo.
Work site echo. Copy. Josh, where would you like these two scoops?
Back out to the IEA, Chris. They'll be going on to battery 3.
Battery 3.
And Bob, we're with you on the PGT Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2, set.
Motion left.
Okay.
Copy, Bob. Good settings. H2, confirm 1 line flush. We'll drive 16 to 17 turns to torque.
One line is flush, 16 to 17 turns on H2.
Good readback, and this is the one where we might see some of the higher torque as we get near 12-ish turns.
Copy.
Bob Behnken working to secure the adapter plate by turning 2 bolts. Meanwhile, you heard Chris Cassidy call out to Doug Hurley that he is now ready for the Canadarm2 to move the external pallet to its next position.
3 o'clock on battery 3, both to 3.
That's complete.
Copy. For your awareness, the HD camera checkout's complete. It's nominal.
Good news. The run-in torque started at about 8 turns. I got 17 turns, and a green light, 9.2 on the torque.
Okay, good news. 17, 9.2, and a green light. We'll move to H1, confirming 2 lines visible, 1 flush.
Okay, 2 lines visible, 1 flush on H1.
Good words. Turning 2 torque, expecting 4.5 or 5.5 turns.
As you can see from his helmet camera, Chris Cassidy has made his way back to the integrated electronics assembly.
5 turns, a 9.0 on the torque, green light.
I copy 5, 9.0 green light. To get adapter plate, the PGT can go back to the crew lock bag and we'll start working on the clamps and cable.
I should move in the GoPro.
And Chris, I missed that, but if it was a move on the GoPro, sounds good. Just let us know where you leave it.
Still camera's behaving funny. It was not flashing a green light. Maybe it was the lighting. We'll just keep trying it. Yeah. The TA comps are released. I'm going to egress the APFR and remove the cap on J4 on battery in position 1.
Copy and concur.
With that adapter plate now secured, the crew members are working to connect it.
Adapter plate dummy jack.
They will mate the adapter plate cable to the adjacent lithium-ion battery.
GoPro is at the top of the inboard gap spanner, handrail 2044.
Copy, Chris, 2044. And Chris, as Bob finishes with the cable, this might be a good time for your next club hop and gauntlet.
Great. Up dry. Gauntlets secure. Right glove, no change. Left glove, about an inch of flap, RTD flap in the same left index finger where the index finger meets the palm.
Copy, Chris.
Anything I can be doing to help? I think I just have this connector to move. Go to J4. We want it kind of out of the way of the battery. Does your APFR rotate? Was the foxtrot maybe? Possibly. And you can take this PGT back to the locate that. Okay.
And we concur with all. It will be foxtrot for the next setting.
All right, that's complete. And I'll take this guy. The K4, both the pin side and the jack side look clear. So far, good EMI band.
Copy, Bob, on the pin, spot, and EMI. A reminder to check the gap spanner stays inboard, and then you can make that mate.
After completion of the mating of these cables, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken will remain here at the Integrated Electronics Assembly for the next battery move. That'll be battery 2, which is here at this site, and rather than taking it to the external pallet, they will actually move it on top of the adapter plate that you see Bob Behnken working on right now.
That spanner is inboard.
Copy, a good mate with an inboard gap spanner. Bob will take a glove hop and gauntlet.
Copy. Gauntlets are still up. The half is still dry. My right hand still looks same condition it was when I egressed. My left hand, I do have a little bit of the tiny outer layer of RTD on my thumb now. other than that, nothing to report. Good left growth.
Copy, Bob.
Sign in, progressing next.
Yeah, so we're ready to move on to the battery 3 move, taking it out and taking it over to slot 2. I understand Chris already rolled the APFR, so we'll just verify here that the PGT and hex driver is clear of slot 3 and that the adapter plate connector cable is clear of slot 2. Basically, nothing in the way over 3 or 2.
Three could use some cleanup, but once Bob gets in, I'll take his direction on that. GT. Yeah. Very heavy is not a good spot. It's a little bit early, I guess, for it to get to the scoop from the cool-up bag. I guess it's back to the bag.
At the Integrated Electronics Assembly on the International Space Station, Bob Behnken is now working to remove battery 3, a nickel-hydrogen battery, and place it on top of the adapter plate F in slot 2, which was just installed. That'll be its final place, and it won't be providing power, but it will just serve as a final port for that nickel-hydrogen battery.
Yeah. Alpha 7. The counter 2A. H1.
Hey, affirmative, Alpha 7, counter 2, H1, and we dropped you there with the handoff. I just want to make sure, Chris, you have a ret to the tether point.
Affirm. Yep, we have a ret to the tether point.
Copy. Bob, we're ready to turn on H1. We're expecting 8 turns for the release.
Behnken will be releasing 2 of these bolts to remove the nickel-hydrogen battery.
H1 is released. The indicator states unlocked.
Copy that. We'll move to H2, confirming socket tape line flush.
H2, socket tape line flush. Alpha 7, counter 2.
Good settings. Turn to release, expecting 19 turns.
Copy. Backing out smoothly. It's all the way to unlocked with on the indicator with 2 additional turns.
Copy.
David? David is free. And I will move the PFR.
We concur suggested roll setting of delta.
Copy. There was only a delta in my HUD to tell me where delta was. Okay, I have control and I have a red. Can I just move it up just a little bit? Yep. Up towards your head. Yep, towards my head. It's good right there. Okay. I'm in. I'm ready to shoot the battery. I will either tether or can you continue to translate? I think I can translate. Okay, you pull me a little.
And a final reminder to make sure the gap spanner and cables are clear of slot 2.
Copy. Cable is clear. Yeah, gap spanner, I got it. Yeah, a little bit of spanner. Okay. Looks lined up. It always seems so high. Yeah. Gee, you need a PGT, I guess. How big is the gap down there? It's like 5 inches. Doesn't seem right, 5 inches, huh? I guess it's because it has those cup cones. Okay, I've got the PGT. It's down past the cones. This has got to be a soft dock there, so. Okay, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Good settings.
H2.
Affirmative. Socket tape line flush. We drive to torque 16 or 17 turns.
Okay. Here we go.
Bob Behnken now installing that aging nickel hydrogen battery, battery 3, to the adapter plate that was just installed from the IEA, the Integrated Electronics Assembly. On top of the adapter plate, the nickel hydrogen battery will not be powered on. It just serves as a permanent storing location for that battery. This is the third nickel hydrogen battery to be removed today, and one lithium-ion battery has been installed thus far.
Copy 16, green light 9.2. And confirm the status indicator.
Status indicator is locked. All the way locked.
Roger, locked. Same settings for H1, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Copy. 4.5 turns, green light, 9.1 on the torque.
Copy, 4.5, 9.1, green light status.
Status indicates lock.
Roger.
And with that, Battery 3 has found its permanent home on the integrated electronics assembly on top of an adapter plate.
And so,
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome, thanks.
so next up here, Bob, we're going to want to roll the APFR to F, and then those scoops, one is going to the PFCS and one's going to battery 4.
Copy.
Yeah, H4, H1, battery 4, H1 setting, 3 o'clock.
Complete.
Looks good, and then PFCS will be H4 at 9 o'clock.
Okay, APFR is back to Foxtrot.
Copy, Bob. And Chris, that looks like a good scoop clocking. You guys are both headed out to the pallet now, Chris leading.
Copy.
As our astronauts make their way to the external pallet, a recap of everything that's happened so far today. We are now 2 hours and 40 minutes into today's spacewalk, which started at 6:10 a.m. Central Time, 7:10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Holding on? I'm holding on. Okay.
The first task of the day was completed by Chris Cassidy when he installed a brand new HD camera. Since then, we've heard confirmation that the camera is relaying good data to the ground. He then moved to help Bob Behnken on the S6 truss as they removed battery 1, a nickel hydrogen battery, from the integrated electronics assembly.
40 minutes ahead of timeline.
And they moved it to the external pallet in slot Z. From there, the crew removed battery F, a lithium-ion battery, one of the newer batteries, to slot 1, so they moved it back to the integrated electronics assembly. They then removed battery 2, a nickel hydrogen battery, and placed it on the external pallet in slot F. While at the external pallet, they removed an adapter plate that was in slot F and moved it to the integrated electronics assembly. We just saw the installation of that adapter plate in slot 2 on the integrated electronics assembly, and battery 3, a nickel hydrogen battery, was removed and placed on top of that adapter plate for its permanent home. That makes the removal of 3 nickel hydrogen batteries so far, the movement of 1 adapter plate, and the installation of 1 lithium-ion battery. Coming up next, battery E, a lithium-ion battery, will be moved from the external pallet to its new home on the integrated electronics assembly in slot 3.
Copy that. We'll take a serial number when you can.
The astronauts are running about 40 minutes ahead of their timeline today, things progressing smoothly.
It's a good serial number. PGT settings when you're ready. No change. Alpha 7, counter 2.
Alpha 7, counter 2.
A firm tape line flush H2 scoop. The release should be 19 turns.
2. Lines flush, here we go. 2 for 19, indicator moving. Batteries come down. First stop at 17. 19 turns, couple hops on the bolt. Unlocked. Vacation.
Copy, 19 turns with an unlock. We can stow the PGT.
And battery E, that lithium-ion battery, has now been removed from the external pallet.
For the handoff, Bob's going to want to ret to the H2 scoop.
Copy that.
And Bob, just curious, is that camera working for you normally now with the shutter release?
I'm not getting a green light indicating there's a picture being saved. I do see the red focus come on when I push the button, but it does look like it remains out of focus.
Copy, thanks.
And no green light, and like I said, stays out of focus.
Okay, if we check, if it helps, you can still use the original button is what we're hearing here, and that'll work.
Coming up, Bob. Copy. Rotating.
Yeah, I have a hand on it. I'll take control of the battery. You're going to have to maybe turn it to get it away from the EP, and then I'll work on getting my red on it.
You have control?
I have control.
I need to let one foot out. I'm on it and can take control anytime.
Okay, you've got control.
I've got control.
Okay, I've got control and a rec.
I see, copy that. And my red's off, you have control in the red.
Copy.
Now that battery E, a lithium-ion battery, has been removed from the external pallet, Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken will work to shepherd it back to its new home on the integrated electronics assembly.
And we copy and concur on all inch worming now back to slot 3.
Try to squeeze through here and I'll hit your battery.
Or to give you some more space. Got about a foot.
I'm stuck on something.
As our astronauts move this battery to its new home on the integrated electronics assembly, we have another Ask NASA question. This one from Isaac, who wants to know if time is allotted for astronauts to appreciate the views during a spacewalk or take any breaks. As we've seen earlier today from their helmet camera, the astronauts do get glimpses of Earth. They don't have any specific time scheduled to appreciate the views, but they often get a chance whenever they are in between tasks. They also took a couple of breaks earlier to help conserve some of their consumables like oxygen and water inside their spacesuits.
For the last 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. Please tether down, looking for the handle. I have control.
You have control. It's funny the way the hook spins around.
Yeah. I think it's just a dumb piece of metal, but it knows how to
Make it harder.
make it harder.
Yeah. Control the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery.
I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery.
Behnken and Cassidy continue to move battery E, that lithium-ion battery, down toward the integrated electronics assembly, where it will find its new home in slot 3.
Make it stable. Okay, I have control of the battery.
Okay, you have control of the battery.
Now at 2 hours and 50 minutes into today's spacewalk, this view of the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas, where teams are walking the spacewalkers through today's tasks and monitoring their suits and all of the procedures and the systems aboard the International Space Station.
I have control of the battery.
Got it. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. Why don't we try to do the inspection before we get into the APFR?
Okay.
Move up there a little bit.
As you can see, the crew members have now made it back to the integrated electronics assembly, where they're preparing to install that lithium-ion battery E.
EMI or FOD and either connector pins look straight.
Copy, Bob.
Copy.
So yeah, we take control of it, and I think I should probably do a tether swap.
Yep. Sounds good.
Do a swap tether so that I've got control of the battery.
You've got control of the battery. I have a ret. I have control.
Copy. Releasing my ret. I or ingress the APFR.
Roger.
We copy, Bob. A reminder, check gap spanners clear.
Thank you, Josh. That gap spanner is clear. Okay, I have ingressed the APFR. I have control of the battery.
You have control. You can get to it.
Yeah. You still have control?
I still have control.
Bob Behnken has now ingressed or entered the APFR. That's the articulating portable foot restraint. It gives the astronauts a place to secure themselves when working outside the International Space Station. You can see he is now going to place battery E, a lithium-ion battery, into slot 3 on the integrated electronics assembly.
Yeah, the IEA side, the electrical connectors are clear. It's like a good EMI band. And the mechanical connectors are clear. Pins are look good and straight.
Copy, thanks.
Little crooked. There you go, perfect.
Behnken now soft docking that battery into its new home.
For PGT,
On the handle. Grabbed a little bit on H1. Did I bump it?
it's good.
Sorry about that.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2, H2.
Affirmative. Good settings. H2 confirmed. Tape line flush. Drive to torque 16 to 17 turns.
The tape line is flush. Copy 16 to 17 turns.
Behnken is now going to tighten 2 bolts to securely fasten the new lithium-ion battery to the integrated electronics assembly.
In 16 turns, green light, 9.1 on the torque.
Copy 16, 9.1, and green. Confirm status indicator.
Status indicator shows locked.
Copy. We'll move to H1. Same settings. Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2 on H1. Here we go.
Expecting 4 to 5.5.
5.5 turns on H1. Status indicator indicates locked. Green light, 9.2.
Copy 9.2, 5.5 green. We can stow the PGT. So that's a good battery, and once we have the PGT stowed, we'll take a glove hop and gauntlet from each.
My gauntlets are up. My hat still feels dry. And no changes to my gloves.
Copy, Bob.
All right. Copy, Bob. 82 half high. Frontlets are up. Right glove, no change. Left glove, no change. That's still about an inch of outer layer RTV, same location.
Copy, Chris. So we're moving on to the battery 4 to EP Echo move. In terms of the big picture, we have 7 hours on the consumables, limited by METOX, and we're still about 40 minutes ahead of timeline.
Copy. So expect, Josh, that I'm going to relocate an APFR next.
Affirmative, Bob. It's going inboard one more to with 2121.
And that was the second lithium-ion battery of the day to be installed to the integrated electronics assembly. So far, we've had 3 nickel-hydrogen batteries removed and 2 lithium-ion batteries installed.
Sort of restow it on battery 3's H1 scoop.
Okay, and where did these 2 scoops go that just came off of battery 3?
They're going to stay there for now. The move comes up later in the procedure, but I can get that for you if you think it would help.
Yeah, please.
So they end up over on battery 6.
Okay, thanks.
Coming up on 3 hours into today's spacewalk, which began at 6:10 a.m. Central Time, 7:10 a.m. Eastern Time, the astronauts are preparing for their next task to remove battery 4, a nickel-hydrogen battery, from the integrated electronics assembly. They will then move to the external pallet where they will remove an adapter plate before placing battery 4 in its slot.
With 21. The twist test and a good pull test, black on black. Knob is out.
Copy all 3 checks, Bob. Thanks. You can ingress, just checking that the gap spanner is still clear. And Bob, I should have reminded you too on the settings. We want 12 Quebec, Quebec, Delta 12.
Delta.
Battery 6 scoops installed.
Copy, Chris. Thanks.
3 o'clock on H2, 2 o'clock on H1.
Those are good scoop settings.
This view from Bob Behnken's helmet camera, you can see the number 20 in the bottom right-hand corner, which designates it as his view. He is EV1 or Spacewalker 1 today, out on his 9th spacewalk, and is now in place to remove the next nickel-hydrogen battery, battery 4, from the integrated electronics assembly.
Okay, we're going to tether to this battery. Where will we tether to?
And it's probably me, I think.
Bob, you're correct. Bob's tethered to H2 scoop.
Copy.
get off to H2.
I got the PGT for a sec if you need it.
I'm good.
Okay.
And we'll take the serial number when you see it.
Number 0085.
0085 is a good number. No change to the settings. Alpha 7.
Counter 2.
Counter 2. A-firm.
H1.
Copy. Tape line flush to H1. Turn to release. Expect 8 turns.
It was complete at 5 turns.
Copy. 5.
Status indicator indicates unlocked.
Copy. Unlocked. Same settings for H2. Expecting 19 turns.
Copy. 19 turns for H2. Keep it flush.
Roger.
Behnken working to remove the second of 2 bolts that will release this nickel-hydrogen battery.
It's released. Status indicator indicates unlocked.
Copy. Unlocked.
Got it.
So we'll remove this battery, and I'm going to pass it to you for translation to the EP.
Affirmative. H1 side going to Chris.
Happy where you're at?
Yep, no need for turn or ret. Okay, ready to go. I'm ret T.
T.
I'm going to say it, I think.
That scoop is a lot lower.
Yeah.
Behnken now passing this battery to NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy. They'll work together to shepherd it down to the external pallet.
Yeah, and you can take your ret off if you like.
Before installing it in the external pallet, however, they will remove an adapter plate before putting the battery in its slot.
Nice that these inch-arms get closer and closer every time.
Yeah, that part's nice. I think we're trying to set a record for the number of APFR ingresses, though.
Yeah.
So bump the yaw plate on the APFR here, just trying to get it back so that got up in a good config for next. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. Okay, I have control. You have control of the battery.
As the astronauts are moving to their next position, a rundown of everything that's happened so far today. First, Chris Cassidy installed a new HD camera which is relaying good data to the ground, then moved to help Bob Behnken with the first nickel-hydrogen battery removal. That was battery 1 on the integrated electronics assembly, and the 2 installed it on external pallet in slot Z. They then moved battery F, a lithium-ion battery, from the external pallet to slot 1 on the integrated electronics assembly. The second nickel-hydrogen battery, battery 2, was removed and placed on the the external panel.
If you need that sign, then you're in the wrong business.
Battery 2, the nickel-hydrogen battery, was placed on the external pallet in slot F. And APF, that was on the external pallet, was moved to slot 2 on the integrated electronics assembly.
Control, and I guess this is your... Yep, I'll get on my BRT right there. Yep, okay, you have control. I have control.
Nickel-hydrogen battery number 3 was moved to the APF, the adapter plate F, that had been moved to slot 2 on the integrated electronics assembly. It stays on the integrated electronics assembly but will not be powered on. And we just saw the removal of battery E, a lithium-ion battery. It's now placed in the integrated electronics assembly in slot 3.
Well, confirmed. I can see it right now.
Copy, thanks.
Currently, the astronauts are moving battery 4, a nickel-hydrogen battery, to its new home on the external pallet in spot E. Before the astronauts are able to install that battery into slot E, they'll need to remove an adapter plate,
You have control. I have control.
which will eventually be moved to the integrated electronics assembly.
I am readied. I have control. Readied and control. That's off. Clears. Copy. And going in agent 4.
Copy, Chris, your go, and a reminder to check that you have access to all the tools you need.
Well, the waste center is a little bit under the batteries. There we go. Copy, Josh. Oops. Fix that in a second.
In this view from Bob Behnken's helmet camera, you can see NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy ingressing or getting into that articulating portable foot restraint. And in the background, the blue marble of the Earth, the space station currently flying over the South Pacific Ocean, 264 statute miles above us, all on the ground.
Look into me. I see you got your waste color in.
And we want H1 scooped end up on Chris's BRT.
Bob, I'm ready and I have control. Okay, I'll remove my wrap. You have the battery. I have the battery.
I copy H1 onto my BRT.
Bob, while Chris maneuvers the battery, we can take a glove half and gauntlet.
Chris Cassidy is now stowing that battery on his BRT, or body restraint tether. It'll be right there when he needs it after releasing the adapter plate from the slot where this battery will call its forever home.
In case of just a red flash in the square, no green light. Focus.
Copy, Bob, and we're seeing that in your WVS.
My gauntlets are up on both sides. Top is still dry. And right glove and left glove have no change.
Copy, Bob. 10 seconds to handover.
Now she back.
And Chris, I think we're back with you now, looking for glove half and gauntlet.
Okay, dry half, gauntlets, no change. Gloves, no change.
Copy, Chris. You can ret to the adapter plate heater mat.
It's complete.
Copy. We are ready to break torque. H1 first, max 1 turn.
See that? Eighth of a turn on H1.
Copy, 1/8 of a turn. Same thing on H2, 1 line flush, max 1 turn.
Cassidy will now break torque on 2 of the bolts that need to be removed to release this adapter plate.
Copy. We can swap the wrench for the PGT. I have your settings.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2 is set.
Good settings. H1 first, confirm 1 line flush. We expect 8 turns.
H1 in my left hand, 1 line's flush, here we go.
Once this adapter plate is released, battery 4, which was just removed from the integrated electronics assembly, a nickel hydrogen battery, will be placed in its spot.
1 line flush, expecting 19 turns.
Same settings. Line is flush, and 19 turns driving.
Copy, 19. Reminder to turn off the PGT when you're done.
Copy.
16, 17, 18, 18 and a half.
Copy 18 and a half.
GT is off. All set, I'm all set.
Bob will be reading to the handrail tether point.
So I need the handrail tether point. Okay. Can you? Yeah, I'll switch.
With this adapter plate removed, Chris Cassidy will pass it off to Bob Behnken, who will move to the integrated electronics assembly, where this adapter plate will be installed.
I am ready to the adapter plate. You can release your wet. Released. Clears.
And we see the wave, Chris. We want to check ingress 8 tucked, and then we'll be grabbing the battery from your BRT H1 in your left hand.
H1 in my left hand. Ingress 8 tucked.
Copy. Here, go to soft dock.
Cassidy is now preparing to soft dock the battery 4, a nickel hydrogen battery just removed from the integrated electronics assembly, onto the external pallet where he just removed an adapter plate.
I'm coming into the pallet.
Copy.
Copy. You're clear.
I'm headed back to the IEA.
We're with you, Bob.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2 set.
Copy. Good settings. Looking for the H2 scoop, confirming tape line flush, 2 torque, 16 to 17 turns.
Line flush. Driving, indicator moving. And he's going in.
Of our 2 spacewalkers, you can see right now Chris Cassidy on the left and Bob Behnken on the right.
Copy, Bob. You can ingress. Keep an eye on your tethers and ingress it.
16.5 turns, green torque light at 9.1 foot-pounds. And the indicator is locked. And the battery is flush with its neighbor.
Copy, Chris, 9.1 green light and locked. Just confirm for me, was that 18 or 19 on the turns?
16.5.
Perfect, 16.5. Chris, you can stow the PGT. Those 2 scoops are going to be going to battery C, Charlie.
battery C, Charlie.
And Chris, with regards to the ORU bag, we do have a bit of an evolving plan here on the ground, and I'll bring that to you in the next few minutes. But for the bag itself, we'd like it bundled up, packed, closed, and just left in place where it is right now.
Okay. Screw-lock bag is the greatest idea all week.
Concur.
Inventory now or later? Working on an evolving plan, I'll just assume that means later.
And Chris, I'm sorry, but if that was about the inventory firm, we're not going to inventory right now.
Just start now, Josh. The IEA side is a good EMI band, no fault in the electrical connectors. Both mechanical interfaces to a clear thought, and the pins look straight on the cold plate. I'll give you an inspection of the adapter plate here in a minute.
Copy, Bob.
For the adapter plate, good EMI band on the battery side. Mechanical interface looks clear on the battery side. On the cold plate side, the mechanical cone interfaces look clear.
Copy, Bob. Good inspection on the AP side. Bob, you can soft dock that into slot 4. Should have the connectors oriented outboard.
Bob Behnken now soft docking this adapter plate E into slot 4 on the integrated electronics assembly. So far today, we've had 4 nickel hydrogen batteries removed, 2 lithium-ion batteries installed, and this will be the second adapter plate installed as well.
Serial number 029. I believe that's correct, but just want to double check that's the battery you're looking at.
And Chris, we copy 0029, so by. And Chris, I found it. That's the correct serial number. We want to take the H1 scoop to 1 o'clock, H2 to 3 o'clock.
2 to 3 o'clock.
Hey Josh, I'm ready with the adapter plate. It's soft docked. I've got the PGT Alpha 7, clockwise 2 is set.
Copy, Bob. Good settings. Confirm 1-line flush on H2 side. We'll drive to torque, expecting 16 to 17.
one line flush on the H2 side, roughly 16 to 17 turns. It torqued out immediately and topped out of the soft dock.
Copy. And Bob will just let you work that to try to reachieve soft dock.
Like the PGC says it had a half a turn. I need to back the bolt off at all, or?
We're looking standby. And Bob, to our view, it looks like it was still free float, so there would be no requirement to back that off. We'd just ask that you pull the battery back an inch, put it back into the soft dock, and then reattempt.
All right, I am off. The ORU bag is cinched up and everything's in it. 2 scoops are on battery C, 3 o'clock and 1:45. And making my way to Bob.
Copy, Chris. We concur. 10 seconds to hand over.
At 3 hours and 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, we have seen our astronauts remove 4 nickel hydrogen batteries to be replaced with 2 new lithium-ion batteries. They've also installed an adapter plate and are working on installing the next to the integrated electronics assembly.
I guess you dropped off for a second.
And guys, we're back with you now. Bob, I heard driving smoothly.
That's correct, Josh. We got 16 and a half turns, green light 9.9 on the torque.
I copy 16.5, green light 9.9. No, same settings. We'll move over to H1.
Copy.
Don't action anything on H1 yet. We're checking the 9.9 just to make sure. Bob, we're good on H2, so we're going to H1. And Chris,
H1.
Go ahead, Bob.
I've got 2 lines visible, 1 line flush on H1.
Those are good words. We're driving 2 torque, expecting 4.5 to 5.5 turns.
Okay.
And Chris, we might have missed it in the handover, but when you are clear, you can give the SSRMS to go to the back-off position, provided all the tethers and ingress aids were clear.
Thank you for that reminder. I am clear. I'm on the IEA, and all the tethers are clear. Doug, you have a go.
Copy. Go for maneuver to the back-off position. Thanks, Chris.
H was just over 5 turns, green light, 9.2 on the torque. And Josh, H1 Green light, 9.2 on the torque, just over 5 turns.
Copy on the green light for H1. Can you say the turns and torque again?
Just over 5 turns, 9.2 on the torque.
9.2, thank you.
Are you hearing me clearly, Chris? I hear you loud and clear.
And Chris, we're just looking at the pallet movement, and we have the ingress aid slightly extended. We're hoping that you could go back out and tuck it in for us.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I didn't push it in all the way.
Josh, I've got the TA clamps released.
Copy, Bob, so we can demate the adapter plate connector P4.
Connector out.
Affirmative. Here we go.
You can see the Canadarm2 is now moving into its next position, carrying that external pallet.
Ingress aid is all the way switched back.
Copy, Chris, thanks.
Behnken has recently completed the installation of the adapter plate E into slot 4 on the integrated electronics assembly. He'll need to mate some cables to the adjacent lithium-ion battery to complete that installation.
See, what's the next big chunk?
So, Chris, you're just coming back out to the IEA, and then we'll be helping Bob to move battery 6 over to slot 4. It's an IEA swap.
6 to 4. 6 to 4, copy that.
And Bob, I see you working with the cable. It looks good. Just a reminder to make sure the gap spanner stays inboard.
I think what we want is the gap spanner to not be, okay, by inboard, it's just 2 different ways of saying inboard. So you mean don't put the cable over the top of the gap spanner.
Affirmative, yeah.
Josh, I can release H1 and 6 if you agree with that.
And Chris, we're go for that.
Alpha 7, counterclockwise, H1 and H1 only.
Affirmative. We just want to make sure you have a ret to it. Although if it's H1 only, then I concur your go to turn. We expect 8 turns.
Okay. Copy that.
The connector is mated P4 to J4 with the bail over center.
Copy P4 to J4 over center. Thanks, Bob.
Turns. It was released at 6. Indicators on.
Okay, we copy 6 for the release. Thank you, Chris. And we're just going to pause here for a minute. We need glove hap and gauntlets from both of you, so we can go with that, and then I'll pass you some words on where we are in the day.
I'm going to go ahead and make this connector cap first, and then I'll give you my...
That sounds good.
Both of my gauntlets are up. My half is dry. And for my gloves, right glove is in great shape. No change. And the left glove, same as previous RTB reported.
Copy, Bob.
And for EV2, dry hat, gauntlets up, right glove, no change, looks good. Left glove, the 1-inch flap has fallen off, but it has not grown. The 1-inch is, I'm trying to say, the lower part of the RTG is only 1 inch exposed.
Copy, Chris.
We're standing by for the big picture, Josh.
Copy. So, Chris, we just took a little bit of a closer look at your gloves to the WBS, and we're good with that as reported. Okay, guys, so
Com check. I got you on clear. On clear. I'm guessing we're moving that battery over to this place. I think so.
okay, guys, back with you. Sorry for the little bit of a pause. We are talking about how to end the day. We still have 7 hours of consumables. All the rates look really good. Your progress has been really good, so we are an hour 10 up on timeline and continuing to eat into that with each of our swaps. And, of course, we only have the one battery move left on the nominal timeline. That said, there is a plan coming together down here to consider trying to do the final battery. That's the battery 5 to EP Charlie slot swap. As we've drawn it out on paper and looking at all the met rates and consumables, we're quite confident we could do that while staying inside of a 630 EVA. Again, you're working to a 7-hour limit right now. So that's where our headspace is at on it right now. We could do everything inside of 630, but of course we wanted to offer that up and just see what your thoughts or perspectives on it might have been.
I think, Josh, where we are right now is that's probably good to have that as our plan going forward here, but let's keep seeing how we're tracking to see if we slow down at all.
Okay, everyone's nodding their heads to that here, so that's what we'll do. We'll get going with the battery 6 move, and I'll come back to you with more rate words and big picture words after that. And so...
good with that, Chris? Yes. Yep, it's a good plan.
Okay, copy. With that, Bob, we're going to want to check that the gap spanner is clear, and then you're getting back in the APFR to roll it around to H Hotel.
Okay. Yeah, gap spanner is clear, and I'll roll it over to Hotel. There's a couple of gap spanners who are involved in this.
3 hours and 42 minutes into today's spacewalk, and the crew has been outside. Their battery power turning on at 6:10 a.m. Central Time this morning. Since then, Chris Cassidy has installed a new HD camera that is communicating well with the ground. The team has also removed 4 nickel-hydrogen batteries from the integrated electronics assembly and replaced those with 2 lithium-ion batteries. They've also installed 2 adapter plates to the integrated electronics assembly. The teams here on the ground in Mission Control Houston have been talking about the crew's timeline. They are now an hour and 10 minutes ahead of schedule, which provides them the potential to continue with a get-ahead today. That would be removal of the final nickel-hydrogen battery in this series of battery upgrades, and moving it to the external pallet. The crew agrees that they will continue to work toward that, and the teams here will continue monitoring the timeline as they move through the tasks. To walk you through the removal of Battery 6 and its movement to the adapter plate is my colleague Sandra Jones. Take it away, Sandra.
Good morning, and thanks for joining us for today's Spacewalk. I'm NASA's Sandra Jones. Coming up, the crew members will remove Battery 6, which is an older nickel-hydrogen battery, and install it into its new home in Slot E on the adapter plate. We are 3 hours and 44 minutes into the 230th spacewalk in the history of the space station's assembly and maintenance. NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Chris Cassidy have been busy swapping out older nickel-hydrogen batteries with newer lithium-ion batteries. This series of spacewalks will round out the final phase of a 3.5-year power upgrade to the station. This battery swap will ensure the station's solar arrays can store power for years to come. Cassidy has just set the stage for the next task by installing adapter plate E. Battery 6 now has a spot open and waiting for it upon its release.
Bob, we see you almost in. A reminder to tuck the tethers, tuck the ingress aid.
My others look good, I think. Chris is tethered to it. We're going to do, you did H1 already, right? Yep.
Affirmative. We're ready for H2, and we just need the serial number when you can.
Rose 094.
94 is a good serial number.
Okay, the tape line is flush.
Copy. Tape line flush to H2. We're turning to release 19 turns.
Behnken will now use the PGT or pistol grip tool, essentially a space drill, to remove 2 bolts in order to release Battery 6 from its current location. This battery is an older nickel-hydrogen battery. Following release, Behnken will then pass the battery to Cassidy in preparation for installation on adapter plate E.
Yeah, I saw it. Okay, you got it. Yeah, scoot up and around a little bit. Okay. Interesting that these were the best scoop orientation.
A good view of Battery 6 from Bob Behnken's helmet cam as the crew works to remove Battery 6.
How far over should I go? And to the crew lock bag, maybe? Maybe right to that, yeah, crew lock bag or right to that gap spanner. Need to get enough space between the two of us to pass the battery, so. That's the radiator side, so I don't know if you want to, yeah, I think I need to get up here a little bit. Okay, I'm going to get small. Oh, you can go that way too. Little BRG down. Right because of the radiator. Yeah. then it might consider your safety tether with a little bit of a fair lead in.
Where is it? There it is.
To make you backtrack, it looks like you're
A little farther back, huh? Do you think? Or yeah. I'm just wondering if I can get away with this wire tie, or if it should.
Oh, yeah, that might work with that wire tie, yeah. That'll be good. Just need about 6 inches of clearance so I can pitch the battery.
Okay.
You know, when you're, looks like you're BRT'd.
I'm BRT'd. I'm ready.
NASA astronauts Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken are continuing to work together to remove battery 6. Following its removal, they'll work together to place it into slot E, which will be its new permanent home.
I'm not sure about rolling across you right now. I'm just going to egress and move the PPFR.
We concur, Bob. Suggested settings, Delta or Charlie.
Suggested setting out there, Charlie.
Copy.
And battery 6 has been removed. The crew will now work together to move the battery over to the adapter plate and place it into its new home in slot E. We're in a brief handover between satellites right now, but we'll be regaining communications here shortly.
Yep, I'm in.
I'm a little squished.
Okay, I have control of the battery. If you want to change hand positions, you have control.
You're good on this side with the cable.
Thank you.
I can't see the right side. Looks clear, actually. Yeah.
I think that's soft up.
Behnken has just soft-docked battery 6 on the adapter plate in slot E. This required tightening 2 bolts to secure the battery. Following this soft dock, Behnken will now complete installation of battery 6 on the adapter plate in slot E by using the pistol grip tool, or PGT, to fully secure the battery into the slot.
On H2, the tape line is flush.
Copy that, Bob. Turning to torque 16 to 17 turns.
Didn't see any motion here.
Yep. Same thing with the worked out a little bit there early, Josh. A little over. It says it got to almost 1 turn on the PGT.
Okay, we copy, Bob.
Drive it backwards.
I just want to confirm, is it off the soft dock or still on it?
As far as we can tell, it's kind of still on the soft dock.
Okay, if it's still on, I'm going to ask, we're just going to look here whether or not we should back the bolt off standby.
Seems like it doesn't hurt anything to back it off the turn. Yeah. Lock out this red. I get the right one? Yeah.
And so, Bob, we're back with you actually in the crib sheet. We just want to verify that the battery is in soft dock. It sounds like it is. Check your alignment, make sure the side loads are gone, and then we will reattempt to drive on the H2 at your current settings.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're soft docked as best as we can tell, Josh. And we'll reattempt it at these settings.
Good words.
Same thing, Josh. Torque out.
Copy, Bob. So in that case, we are going to back the bolt off a little bit. Your PGT settings, alpha 7 counterclockwise too. So with the counterclockwise, Bob, we'll take
alpha
out
7,
that turn.
Counterclockwise 2.
Affirmative, backing off one turn.
Okay. Backed off. So if I could hand you the PGT, I could kind of pull it out and reinsert it. Soft docked.
Copy, soft docked again. We're going to reattempt same settings, alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Good settings. We'll try to turn to torque again. 16 to 17 is what we expect.
Look, it's driving in this time. It's uniformly going in.
Behnken and Cassidy are continuing to work to install battery 6.
Okay, Josh, there's a 16 turns, green light, and 9.3. The indicator indicates locked.
I copy 16 turns, green light, 9.3 with a lock. It's good. Sliding over to H1, same settings, alpha 7 clockwise 2.
Here we go.
So on this one, expecting 4 to 5.5.
Okay, 5 1/4 turns, green light, 9.1.
5 1/4, green light, 9.1, confirm status.
So the indicator shows locked.
Copy, locked. That's a good install, so we can stow the PGT.
And with that, Behnken and Cassidy have successfully completed the removal of battery 6 and installed it to the adapter plate E. I'm going to hand it back over to Leah Cheshire to discuss battery C release and installation.
Thanks, Sandra. And things are moving smoothly this morning as the astronauts continue to remove and replace those aging nickel-hydrogen batteries with the newer lithium-ion batteries. We're coming up on 4 hours into today's spacewalk, as the International Space Station is flying 260 statute miles over Pakistan.
When you say straight across, you mean diagonal from where we're at right now?
Yeah, I meant straight across from battery 6. So it is a diagonal across the IEA.
Where battery 6 used to be.
Slot 6, correct, yeah.
Yeah.
So far today, the astronauts have installed a new HD camera. They've also removed 5 of those aging nickel-hydrogen batteries from the integrated electronics assembly, and they have installed 2 lithium-ion batteries to the integrated electronics assembly. They've also installed 2 adapter plates. Coming up next, both astronauts will head to the external pallet where they will remove battery C, a lithium-ion battery, and move it to slot 6 on the integrated electronics assembly.
All right, I'm making my way to the pallet.
Hey, firm, Chris.
I'll stand by and wait for you to clear. Feels weird going this way without a battery shepherd. Yeah. Oh, Doug already flipped it around.
And Chris, we see you in, and I believe you already confirmed that serial number 29.
29, if
And Chris, I can't quite see it, but you should have, oh, there it is, right to the H1. H2, keep it on H2.
H1? Yeah, I'll do H2 if you don't mind.
We're good with that.
We're ready to drive H1. That's already done.
So,
yeah, we're with you. You're going straight to H2, Alpha 7, counterclockwise 2.
Alpha 7, counter 2.
Good settings. We expect 19 turns.
So Bob's in a good spot.
Okay, I've got the scoops installed.
Copy, Bob. You can head on over to the pallet.
And I'm headed your way.
Josh, no fancy stuff with the BRT or anything with this one, right? It just comes out and we shepherd?
Yeah, those are good words. Out and back to the pallet. Back to the IEA with both of you shepherding.
Copy that.
The IEA is right here.
Yeah.
Sorry, the EP is right here. This is the darkest it's been.
I noticed that, too.
And ready.
Okay. Alpha 7, counter 2, line flush.
Good words. We expect 19 turns.
Moving.
Like it's driving out smoothly.
Yep, see the indicator moving? There's 19. Indicators unlocked. Definitely free.
Copy 19. That's a good release. We can transfer the battery. H2 should go to Bob and perform a wet swap.
We're going to flip that into the H1, but it's uphill.
Ten seconds to a handover, but when you do get out, Chris, a reminder to stow the ingress aid and make sure the tethers are clear.
And battery C, the lithium-ion battery on the external pallet, the final lithium-ion battery to complete these power upgrades has been removed. Bob Behnken and Chris Cassidy will now inchworm or shepherd the battery to its final home on the integrated electronics assembly.
Tell me about it.
This will mark the installation of the third lithium-ion battery today. So far, we've also seen 5 nickel-hydrogen batteries removed and 2 adapter plates installed. Chris Cassidy started out the day by installing an HD camera.
All the way down.
We're now at 4 hours and 8 minutes into today's spacewalk, and the International Space Station is flying 262 statute miles over Mongolia.
Oh, this is tight.
And we're back with you, showing you shepherding the battery back towards the IEA. There's no need here, Chris, to give the SSRMS a go to maneuver. Pilot's going to stay for now right where it is.
I have control of the battery. Copy. Copy, Judge. You've done a lot of runs in the India on this. I would know which side to put the red on my main workstation. Yeah. I have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
Once this lithium-ion battery is installed on the integrated electronics assembly, the astronauts will be done with their scheduled tasks for today. However, they are quite ahead of their timeline, and so the decision has been made to aim to proceed by removing the final nickel-hydrogen battery powering the space station, Battery 5, and placing it on the external pallet.
Good work. Stable again. Have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. Good. I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery. Maybe I go towards the top. This one? I think you should go towards the top.
Concur.
And you'll need a rep. Thank you. I have control. You have control. And the rep.
Bob, reminder to check gap spanner clear prior to ingress.
tell was the setting in the APSR?
And for Bob, that's affirmative. Hotel.
Or far enough away from your head?
I think so, yeah. I think there's plenty of room. As long as I don't overextend.
Behnken and Hurley have made it back to the integrated electronics assembly in preparation of installing battery C, the final lithium-ion battery, to slot 6. This view from Behnken's helmet camera, he is Spacewalker 1 today on his 9th spacewalk as he ingresses or enters the APFR, the Articulating Portable Foot Restraint, giving him a solid place to put his feet as he works with his hands to install this battery.
Look good. Can you just hold it there and I'll down myself a little bit? Electrical connectors look good. And on the IEA side, see the EMI band looks good on the battery. And can you take it back a little bit? Yep. And on the IEA side, EMI band looks good. The pins are good. Both mechanical interfaces are clear.
Copy all on the inspections.
I'm going to need the H2 side here. Oh, yeah, you want to hand me that and I'll spin it?
If you can spin it, I'm a little bit awkward.
Okay.
Do you have it?
I have the battery.
Do you have the battery?
That looks pretty good. I'm going to roll the boot plate one quick.
Yeah.
And you'll have to probably do H1 after that, but
no problem.
We copy.
you guys all set up. Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Those are good settings. Confirm tape line flush to the H2 scoop. We're going to torque 16 to 17.
The tape line is flush. Here we go.
With that battery soft docked, this view from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera shows Bob Behnken as he uses the pistol grip tool to drive 2 bolts into the battery, the lithium-ion battery. and firmly secure it to the integrated electronics assembly.
Okay, 17 turns, green light, 9.1 on the torque.
Copy 17, green 9.1, status.
Alpha, 7 clockwise 2 confirmed, 1 on H1.
A from Chris, tape line flush to H1. We're expecting 4 to 5.5 turns.
Line flush, copy. My next is to move the APFR, is that right, Josh?
And that is correct. For Bob, it's going to width 17, 1 over.
5.4 turns, 9.2 torque, green light.
Copy 5492, green light, and Chris, I'll have you both check both status indicators.
H1 is locked. H2 is locked.
Copy, thanks. Good install.
And with the secure installation of that second bolt, the final lithium-ion battery in 3.5 years of upgrades to the International Space Station has been installed to the integrated electronics assembly.
Gauntlet in place. Right glove, pristine, left glove, a little bit more outer layer RTV peeling back in the same area in the palm.
Copy that, Chris. And Bob will get your checks after the APFR install.
Copy. All right, Josh, anything with these scoops or?
And Chris, let's just hold on to the scoops for now, but the PGT with the hex driver, we can move that to battery Charlie in slot 6.
PGT hex driver, battery Charlie, slot 6.
Just temp still using the adjustable that's on the PGT, so it's positioned near that side of the IEA.
I am tethered to the APFR. I'm going to width 17.
Good words, Bob.
4 hours and 22 minutes into today's spacewalk, our spacewalkers switched their spacesuits onto internal battery power at 6:10 a.m. Central Time this morning, 7:10 a.m. Eastern. They have completed all of their scheduled tasks for today's spacewalk, and they're moving into the final battery swap for the entire power upgrades on the International Space Station. This will be the removal of Battery 5, a nickel-hydrogen battery, from the integrated electronics assembly, and they will move it to the external pallet in slot Y.
APFR install, black on black, good twist test, and a good pull test. And the knob is popped out. I think we need Quebec, and Foxtrot 12, which is set.
All good words, Bob. We copy the checks, copy the settings. Those are the correct ones. Thank you. And then, guys, maybe it's a good time for a big picture update. So we are an hour 20 up on timeline, 120 up on timeline, leaning strongly towards the final battery adapter plate swap, which will complete this channel. Of course, give you a chance to weigh in on that if you have any different perspectives there. But in short, we think we can get it done and be in the door with margin ahead of 6:30.
What time, Josh, just kind of playing it out, what time are you guys looking at for us to start cleanup?
So, Bob, I'll get you that number from the team, and we're at 4:24 on the clock right now for PET.
Copy. Okay, so I'll ingress the APFR. I think that's next.
And Bob, affirmative, you can ingress the APFR, just checking as usual that the gap spanners are clear. As you do that, the answer to your question, we'd be looking to start cleanup at about 5:20, and again, we're at 4:24 on the clock right now.
Okay, copy.
Just, of course, let us know if you have any concerns or inputs to that plan, but that's how we're leaning right now.
Is there any breakouts along this way, or need to do all of it is what you're looking for, right? So.
And we're pretty much would like to do all of it if we jump into it here.
Copy.
And by all of it,
we're ready to go. Then we'll continue in that direction.
Okay, if you guys are good, we're definitely good. So we'll continue that way. For your info, we've planned about 45 minutes for the complete swap. Okay, so we're ready to jump into this plan. As an admin item, Bob, we'll need a glove hop and gauntlet before we start.
Copy. Josh, while he's doing that, I can release H1.
We'll go with that, Chris. Same PGT settings, Alpha 7, counter 2.
Alpha 7, counter 2.
Make sure it's flush. We expect 8 turns.
Josh, my gauntlets are up. My hap is still dry. And I have no additional areas of RTD to report, just the same areas, index finger and left thumb, they continue to deteriorate. Right hand still looks good.
Okay, copy, Bob.
You get tethered? Yeah. Going on with the tether right now.
Roger.
H1 is released at 8 turns. The indicator is unlocked. And it was, 8 turns. I'm digging for my ret right now.
Copy 8 turns, Chris. A firm, we need to ret to it. And for whoever's easiest, we'll take the serial number.
The serial number is 0095.
Good serial number. Now, by the plan, we have...
Hey, Bob, you think...
Sorry, Chris, we have Bob reading to H1.
When it comes out, you can go left. You can go left with this. I think we can go left. I'll pass, if you have a hand on a pass down, I pretty much have to go all the way down. But that's the same relative distance as... Yeah, I think I can pass it to you on the left side. Okay. And so I think... I'm just curious as to if that's going to be long enough to get there from here. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I think we need you to ret, and I think that's what he was saying too. Yeah. Okay. My ret's coming on. Okay. And which scoop should Chris get, Josh?
So the question on the red, Bob to H1, and then this question on the scoop, it's going to be handoff of H2 to Chris.
Okay, with that, I think we're in a good config. We're ready. Bob is ready to H1. H1 is released. We're ready to drive on H2. Alpha 7, counter 2.
Good settings. Confirm flush. We expect 19 turns.
Tape line is flush.
NASA astronaut Bob Behnken using the pistol grip tool to remove these two scoops.
There's 18 turns. The indicator indicates unlocked.
Copy 18 unlocked. Good release.
Okay, I'll make my way down. They're bunched up on the APFR, sorry about that. Okay.
Next up, Behnken and Cassidy will move this battery to its final place on the external pallet. We're now 4 hours and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk, and this was actually a task scheduled for the spacewalk next week. The astronauts completed all of their tasks early today and were able to move into the next procedures.
See here. I'm going to go ahead and just get stable, and then we'll do a little bit of inchworm here.
Yeah. We could just do a little one to get on the other side.
Yeah. I have control of the battery.
You have control of the battery. I have control of the battery.
You have control. control of the battery.
You have control.
I have control of the battery. You have control of the battery.
As a reminder, if you are watching with us today and you have a Twitter account, feel free to send in your questions with the hashtag AskNASA, and we'll work to get some of those answered on air. This next one comes from Patrick, who wants to know how much the batteries would weigh on Earth. Good question, because of course, when in microgravity, the weight of these batteries are reduced to nearly nothing, but on Earth they do have a difference. The nickel-hydrogen batteries weigh 364 pounds on Earth, while the new lithium-ion batteries being installed into the space station's power channels weigh 428 pounds on Earth.
Chris, the brakes are on, and as a reminder, we just want to check the roll and yaw again for Fox and 12.
In the opposite of 612. Copy. That's confirmed.
And Chris, looking at your WVS, we want you to secure the wire tie at the base of the ingress aid before you get in. Yeah, that one.
Like I'm going to pull up on the safety tether. Is it stuck on that kind of lip?
Yeah, it was.
This view from Bob Behnken's helmet camera of astronaut Chris Cassidy as he works to get into position in that articulating portable foot restraint. You can see those solar arrays stretched out behind him, and even further beyond that, Earth, as the astronauts are now orbiting 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean.
On the left.
Okay.
And see your ingress aid is code.
Getting that ready.
Copy. So, Chris, you're going to want H2 on your BRT from that battery.
H2 on my BRT.
Affirmative, with the BRT running to the battery tether point.
Okay.
An interesting fact about those solar panels that you see, if you were to add together all of the solar panels on the space station, it would take up the total space of an entire acre. Since it is essentially an acre of solar panels in the sky, it means you can sometimes look up at dawn or dusk and see the spacecraft flying over your area. If you go to spotthestation.nasa.gov, you can check out when and where to look up.
Okay, this time I'll go to the other point on the adapter plate and not the hand. Thank you.
A firm heater mat tether point.
My tools go. That was part of the forward plan to move the ORU bag. We're in a little bit of a kerfuffle here. Kerfuffle. I think with this BRT situation, Bob, maybe it's better. Yeah, I'm going to have to go get it. You go get it.
And we're good with that. We concur it's the best plan for Bob.
Where is it relative to you now? Right by my head. It's a complete, like, opposite side of the pallet from where you are. Okay. But more towards the outboard or inboard. Do I have a go to climb onto the pallet, Doug? Brakes are on?
Brakes are on.
I've arrived at the bag.
This view from Chris Cassidy's helmet camera as he is capturing footage of Bob Behnken, EV-1, with the red stripes around his spacesuit.
Charlie and Yankee.
Behnken is retrieving some of the tools necessary to install this final battery to the external pallet.
Best path, Bob, that handrail right there where your right hand is, go straight up it. This one here? Yeah. Your target is just around the corner. Copy. Thank you. This is one they suggested.
And Chris, affirmative, 7312, but we'll defer to you, of course, if you think it. We just want to make sure you don't think that's going to get in the way of the adapter plate removal or the battery install.
I'd kind of rather have it be here. I think 7317. Yeah.
And we're good with that.
If you give me the one of the hooks, I can get that. Confirmed.
$30 seconds to hand over.
On 7319. All right. That'll do. Hey, do I need to get it open? You got it? reach that outside. Got it.
A quick satellite handover as the tools needed for this final battery install are in place. This is the Battery 5, a nickel-hydrogen battery, which has been removed from the integrated electronics assembly and will be placed on the external pallet. All of the batteries on the external pallet will eventually be disposed. They will be projected toward Earth and disintegrate upon re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. We're now 4 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk, and we've seen the removal of all 6 nickel-hydrogen batteries.
The pallet, Chris will be proceeding with braking torque.
I'm off the pallet. Off the pallet. I am tethered.
Copy.
H1. Line visible.
All good words will brake to a max 1 turn.
To the turn, here comes H2.
Copy.
Just to confirm, you're tethered to the hand, not to the black face. Good. And you got the handrail part. Perfect.
We see it looks good.
That's Chris Cassidy in the center of your screen working to install that battery on the external pallet. You will see that external pallet is in the grip of the Canadarm2. Today, the Canadarm2 was controlled by Doug Hurley, an astronaut also aboard the International Space Station.
Alpha 7 counter 2 H1. Here we go.
Affirmative. Check flush, and we expect 8 turns.
Is flush. Up and on the bolt at 6. There's 8.
Copy 8. Same settings for H2. We expect 19.
Alpha 7 counter 2. 2 going in.
Good
Line
words.
flush, driving.
Roger.
Definitely higher running torque than normal. Higher than the last time? Yeah, And for about, I'm at 7 turns and it's still there. There we go, it loosened up at 8 turns. Yeah, the last one when I installed it had the higher running torque about halfway through. About 8 turns it started. Yeah. When I put it in, so this one makes it even earlier. There's 19. Definitely out.
Copy 19. And still the PGT reminder to turn it off.
Get it off in a second. Go on. Keep me honest on that, Josh, please.
Wilco. Bob, you'll be riding to the handrail tether point.
Copy. In a tight spot. Can tether to it. Okay, I'm released. I've got the adapter plate. You've got the adapter plate.
Copy. So Bob, we have you headed back to the IEA. Chris will finish up with the PGT still off.
Okay, headed to the IEA.
Copy. Chris, you'll be wanting H2 in your left hand for the soft dock.
H2 going left. I'm about to put load on the pallet.
You're clear, brakes are off.
Copy.
In the top left-hand corner of your screen, you see Bob Behnken's helmet camera as he soft docks the battery 5, the nickel hydrogen battery, onto the external pallet. This marks the final nickel hydrogen battery removal on the space station in 3.5 years of upgrades.
Bob, we see you back. Reminder to check gap spanners clear and your reach to the tools.
The gap spanner is clear, and it does look like I have access to the PGT.
Copy, go to ingress. Remember to tuck the tethers and ingress it after.
Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Affirmative, flush the H2 scoop, Chris, and we expect 16 to 17 turns for torque.
Okay, flush on the tape. Indicator moving.
Behnken will tighten this one bolt to Cassidy will tighten this one bolt to complete installation of that nickel hydrogen battery to the external pallet. We're seeing a few questions come in on Ask NASA on social media asking what will happen to these old batteries. Some of them, as you see here on the external pallet, will eventually be disposed of by sending that external pallet back into Earth's atmosphere where it will burn up.
1 foot-pounds, green torque light, and the lock indicator is locked.
16, 9.1 green, and a lock. Thanks.
And that battery is fully installed.
That'll do it, right?
The other no longer needed nickel hydrogen batteries are stored on top of adapter plates on the integrated electronics assembly. We saw that happen with 2 of the nickel hydrogen batteries today.
I don't know what the plan is here.
Affirmative. So we're going to do a bit of cleanup on the EP, getting stuff back into the bag, and then we'll head back over to Bob to do a few cleanup steps there before getting back in. In terms of the immediate next action,
the only remaining thing, Bob's adapter plate?
That's affirmative.
Battery probably, right? Yes. Oh. Okay, that sounds good then. Okay.
Copy.
I'm going to phone more battery. Yeah, I would too. There's got to be another one. I know. Another one? It's never end. There's got to be more. Kenny Todd on the phone.
We're cautiously share your optimism. So, Chris, you can grab both those scoops, and we're going to be stowing them in the medium ORU bag.
Okay. Hey, Josh, I want to start giving you some inspections here. I'll start with the IEA. And the electrical connectors look clear, no FOD. The mechanical connectors look clear, no FOD. I don't think the fins are important here, but the EMI band is good.
Copy, Bob.
Get the adapter plate off my VRT and I'll give you some more. Want an inventory, Josh?
And Chris, we're going to pass the, let me ask.
Make me close it and then open it again.
Okay. Yeah, we concur. So we'll take the inventory now. We only need the ORU bag itself. No need to go after the inventory of the crew lock bag that's in it.
Amen. Okay, so the crew lock bag is there. Let me get these steps here, Chris, if that's okay, and then I can start working. Absolutely, go ahead. Okay, so the adapter plate, Josh, the EMI band, if there was another battery, would be good for it. And the mechanical interfaces for that battery would be good. And then on the IEA side of the adapter plate, both of those phone interfaces will look clear with no FOD. So I think I'm ready to go for soft dock and get ready to install.
And we concur, Bob. We're ready for you to soft dock that.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Sorry.
And Bob, it sounds like we're okay here to divide and conquer. So if you're good with getting going on the bolts, we'll just confirm the settings, Alpha 7 as always, and then we'll take the comm with Chris for the inventory.
Sounds good. I'll get you Alpha 7 as usual.
And Chris, it sounds like we want to double check that PGT is OFF before it goes into the bag for good.
Awesome.
Thanks.
And Bob, you ready for me to jibber jabber? I am ready for you to jibber jabber if Josh is okay with my PGT settings, Alpha 7, clockwise 2.
Those are good settings, Bob. We're good with the plan. You expect 16 to 17 turns on H2 and 4.5 to 5.5 on H1.
Okay, Josh, you ready?
We're ready, Chris. Go.
The crew lock bag is in there. It's attached with its integral ret. Has not been opened. There's a ret with a pit pin holding a trash bag. There's a ret, the pit pin that has the extra bobble socket. And I attached that hook to the adjustable that came off of the PGT, and that adjustable has 2 scoops on it. There is a camera lens cover with a ret. There is a ret with an adjustable with 2 caps. There is number 8 PGT, 2 rets in series, power switching off, and a 7/16 9-inch long hex. 2 rets in series with a ratchet wrench, a palm wheel, and a 7/16 9-inch long hex head. Outside of the bag, a small adjustable, and a large small adjustable. Inventory complete.
It's a good inventory, Chris. We can do it up. And this is the 5-hour mark, guys. Still limited to 7 hours on consumables with Medox, the limiting one. So we're doing well on the plan that we briefed.
Copy 5 hours, and did you copy green light 16.5?
I copy it.
9.2 on the torque for H2. Okay.
I copy, Bob. Thanks.
H1.
Now 5 hours into today's spacewalk, since the astronauts switched their suits to battery power at 6:10 a.m. Central Time this morning, 7:10 a.m. Central Eastern Time, Chris Cassidy has just taken inventory of all of the tools in his bag, while Bob Behnken works to secure an adapter plate. As a recap, today we saw 6 nickel-hydrogen batteries removed from the integrated electronics assembly.
Copy 4 3/4, green light 9.1.
Those nickel-hydrogen batteries were replaced by 3 lithium-ion batteries.
Good adapter plate, Bob, so we're all finished up with that. Thanks.
For the cable.
Affirmative. We can, however's easiest for you. If you want to get out of the APFR, 10 the PGT back, and then we'll do the cable.
What are you up to, Chris? Just have the outer lid closed. I'm just working on kind of tidying up the straps.
Copy, Chris. It'll be going on your BRT when you're done.
Okay. Is this the one, Josh, that the TA clamps have to get redone on?
And Bob, I believe it is because we're not putting a battery there. I'm going to check for you. And you're correct, Bob. We require them done up on this one.
With the completion of today's battery tasks, the astronauts have completed all of the power channel upgrades on the International Space Station. It took 11 spacewalks to complete those upgrades, removing 48 aging nickel-hydrogen batteries and replacing them with 24 new lithium-ion batteries and adapter plates. The first batch of those batteries were launched on JAXA's HTV-6 vehicle in December 2016, and the first spacewalk to install them was on the S4 truss in January 2017 when astronauts Shane Kimbrough and Peggy Whitson conducted the first battery swap spacewalk.
Over the work site, there's nothing remaining. I'm going to get out and head over to Bob. You agree?
We agree, Chris, with the reminders that we want to stow the ingress aid to the boot plate and make sure the tethers are all clear, which I guess they would be at this point.
After completion of battery swaps on the S4 truss, the P4 truss was next, and the batteries delivered on HTV-7 in September 2018 were installed beginning in 2019. Next up, the P6 truss received its new batteries thanks to JAXA's HTV-8 vehicle in September 2019. The spacewalks to replace those batteries were conducted in October 2019 and January of this year, 2020, to finish the P6 truss upgrades.
Chris, next you'll be making sure you are 5 feet clear, and when you're 5 feet clear with tethers verified clear, you can give the go to SSRMS for the backoff.
Okay, copy.
Finally, the last set of new batteries for the S6 truss, where our astronauts have been working today, were launched on JAXA's HTV-9 in May of this year, and they were installed in June and July by Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken.
So J4 are clear of FOD.
Copy.
So clear the good EMI band as well.
Copy, Bob.
Mate.
Go to mate with the standard reminder to check the gap spanner.
The gap spanner is not in conflict with the cable.
We copy.
P4 is mated to J4, the bail is over center.
Copy that.
Okay, Doug. I'm clear. The ingress aid is all the way against the boot plate. There are no tethers in your way. You have a go. Drive to your back away position.
Copy, Chris.
I have something weird with my tether on my boot. Okay. Can you look at it? Yeah, it's just all the way around your leg. Yeah. I would say, can you reach it? Or yeah. Can you bring your legs back towards me now? Okay, that's in front of that one. In front of that one. How's that? Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so Chris, we check you're back there with the tether cleared. We want you to just pause for a few minutes. That's a result of looking at some of the data coming down to us. And as you pause, we'll take a glove, half, and gauntlet check.
Dry gauntlets in place, left glove. It's that RTV is like slowly creeping with a more peel back. There's no vectoring or anything showing.
Copy, Chris.
Gosh, what can I do to help? What's the plan?
And Chris, sorry if you missed it, but we wanted just to pause for a few minutes, and then we'll come back to you with a plan in terms of how much cleanup we're going to do today.
Pausing for met rate or pausing because you're figuring out a plan?
And Chris, the reason for the pause is a slight rise in your CO2 indication.
The cap is on J4.
Copy, Bob.
And what's my next?
Just want to make sure the TA clamps are all done up. You might have done that when we were talking about it previously, but just confirm.
All 3 TA clamps are taken care of.
Copy. In that case, we'll go for glove, hat, and gauntlet from you as well, Bob.
Josh, is there a place I can go to rest that I can do something, like a gap spanner? Or...
Stand by.
Or are we leaving stuff?
Yeah, I'm asking for you, Chris, but the word is still just to stay where you are. If you want, you could take some pictures.
Now, are you clear on what we're doing, big picture right now? Are we working our way towards going in? I think we're working on our way towards going in, and I think they're managing your met rate for the CO2 elevation, and they're trying to decide how much cleanup to do. And I think my next will be to start doing things with this crew lock bag after I report my gauntlets are both up, and that my half is still dry, and so additional areas of RTP peeling on my left hand, and the right hand looks good.
Thanks for the checks, Bob, and we concur with all your other words. Yeah, we are going back in. The work is all complete. We'll be cleaning up the crew lock bag, and we're just pausing still with Chris to see the CO2 indication go down on that canister.
So I have a go to stow the 9-inch in the crew lock bag and recover the PGT, correct?
Affirmative. Bob, you can stow the hex driver on the ret and the crew lock bag, and then PGT back to yourself with all of its tethers.
Okay. And then we'll talk about how much of an inventory of the crew lock bag we want. For one hex driver.
We're asking, Bob. All right, Bob, no inventory required. All we'll do is put the hex driver back in, and at that point, we're going to start making our way back in. Just for everyone's essay, we're at 512 on the PET.
Copy. The hex driver is back into the crew lock bag. I had a good pull test on the pit pin. And I will, am I going to bring the crew lock bag with me, Josh, or not?
And Chris, we are leaving the crew lock bag out, and so we're going to configure it as you found it, doors against structure.
Right behind you, here's, I'm picking up the monotone bag.
And Bob, I think the storage of that bag is however you deem fittest. I have here handrail 2050. If you wanted to disconnect that one from 2050 and run it down to the battery 4 or the DCSU scoop, either one would suffice.
Okay. We can just start trying to get the doors sure, right? Yeah, let's go 4. Okay, I've collected the PGT. It's got a red series and an adjustable tether.
It's a good tether config.
And the only other thing you want is for coolant bag to be configured, correct?
That's correct, Bob. The only other thing would be to take that tether from 2050 and run it down to a DCSU or a battery force scoop.
Copy. We don't have any scoops on battery 4, so we'll just go to the tether point in the middle.
We copy, Bob. Okay, and Chris, good news on your front. You're free to move again. We've cleaned up as far as we're going to today. We're content to leave the rest to follow on EVA. And so the big picture here is that as soon as Bob has the crew lock bag configured, we're going to be heading back into the airlock.
Copy. Copy. Before Kenny finds a battery.
Obviously.
Obviously. GoPro still working? Let's see. Probably do some footage on the closeout here. Put. Actually, I got a little bit out of the battery. It turned itself off, but I turned it back on, and it's going to work for maybe a minute or something. Doing a little bit of closeout. Okay, I've got the crew lock bag configured with the doors facing inboard. It's using the combination of the integral strap, adjustable small, and adjustable large, small. The small is going to handrail 2055, the integrals going to handrail 2050, and the large small is going to the tether point on battery.
Copy, Bob. We see it, and that's a good config.
I think I'm headed towards my green hook. Is that right?
Affirmative. We just want to make sure before we start heading in that you do have both cameras we brought out between the two of you.
I have the still camera. I have the GoPro and the tether and the butt.
Copy all. So Bob, We did ask and got some troubleshooting steps for that camera if you're interested in pursuing them. There's no rush to get back in. We're at 519. Let me know and I'll send that up.
Let me get to a stable location and I'll be ready to copy. What do you think our consumables give us at this point, Josh?
We're taking a closer look right now. Stand by. And so, Bob, we're seeing consumables out to anywhere between 6:30 and 7. We're on time to be in, on schedule to be in the airlock at 5:45.
Okay, copy. Okay, let me take your troubleshooting steps if you want to refloat those for the camera. My green tether hook is on the red Ercam reel. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. We checked green hookup. Thanks, Chris. And for Bob, I'm looking at a picture here from imaging. They're suggesting that if you look just past the button, there's a slide lock. And the thought is that that slide lock could have been slid to the locked position. It would take your thumb movement to kind of just slide it back to the unlocked position before you can make the camera work.
Yeah, I did check that lock earlier, just looking through the viewfinder. It's something like an R68 or something showing up in the bottom right instead of frames.
Okay, R68, we're checking, thanks.
Okay, now it's starting to work again.
Roger.
The R68 is not there anymore.
Copy. Did you cycle the lock unlock or did it just start working?
Oh, it was in the unlocked position. I got about 2 pictures out of it, and then it stopped again. R68.
Okay, Bob, copy. Thanks for trying, and we're ready for you to retrieve your green hook.
Copy. Sir, ready for me to head towards the airlock?
And we just got that go, Chris. You can start heading towards the airlock. A reminder, we'll be putting back your fare lead on 3409 when you get to the cedar rail.
Okay. I'm going to make my way slowly. Okay, that sounds good. The H fixture. Close, I could touch it. See you next week, H fixture.
It's 5 hours and 23 minutes into today's spacewalk, where the astronauts completed the removal of 6 nickel hydrogen batteries and the installation of 3 lithium-ion batteries. Earlier we mentioned that this was the completion of those battery upgrades. However, there was a lost lithium-ion battery that shorted in April 2019. So there is still 1 more battery to be replaced. 23 of 24 new lithium-ion batteries have been installed, so there's just 1 more to go. That will be conducted on a future spacewalk.
I wonder if the button underneath the blanket is partially depressed.
It could be.
.060 Bob's anchor hook closed and locked.
Thank you, Chris.
Gratuitous pass by. 3061, my anchor hook is closed and locked.
Copy, Chris. Bob, as a reminder, when you do get to the both SETA carts, you're going to be pressing the inboard brake releases twice. And Chris, just to let you know, we are still watching your CO2. There's no change to our plan right now. We're heading in. It has taken us, in terms of a limiting number, from 7 down to 630, so that's been the effect. Everyone here is content with the plan, bringing you straight back in.
Channel. It's a long way out there.
Yeah. More like it's a long way back.
That was a short view of Bob Behnken's helmet camera. He was the lead spacewalker today, making his way back to the Quest airlock. Our coverage for today's spacewalk won't end until repressurization of the airlock begins.
On my way to my early location.
Copy, Bob. And just looking forward for you after you put that fare lead in. We're probably going to take you to the toolbox to grab the hammer before ingress.
Copy.
Were you back in the airlock? Work on my empty tether.
Copy, Chris.
Go to the aft, correct?
Hey, affirmative. Chris, you're using the aft external D-ring.
This view inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, as teams here have been monitoring and directing the spacewalk today. You can see in the red jacket there, that's Allison Bollinger. She was the flight director for today. To her right is Joshua Kutrick, Canadian Space Agency astronaut.
Blanket that area to see if it makes any difference.
Copy, Bob.
Green hook. Get closed, slider locked on the aft external D-ring. The reel is in unlock.
Copy, Chris. That's a good config with you now on the airlock D-ring extender from the airlock. You can release your yellow.
My yellow.
Concur.
We're getting the R68. Okay, I'll make my way down to the toolbox if you concur, Josh.
Are you loud and clear, Bob?
I got you loud and clear as well.
And Bob, we were blocked, but we concur off to the toolbox.
Joshua Kutrick there in the light blue shirt. He is the voice you've heard talking with the astronauts when they've been outside the hatch today, relaying tasks and procedures. And to his right is NASA astronaut Anne McLean. She is the Capcom and will be communicating with the astronauts once they make it back into the hatch and repressurization begins. Behind Allison Bollinger is the EVA lead spacewalk officer today. That is Sandra Moore. She's been keeping tabs on the crew's spacesuits as they move throughout their tasks, and also walking through the procedures and feeding that information to the teams in the room.
And Bob,
Chris and I are having good comms, so just checking in with you.
Same with me.
yeah, we did not have you. We just got you back, guys. We copy you have good comm. Bob, you're going to the starboard nadir toolbox. We expect the hammer to be on the door.
Range right this second. I've got 4 gray bars. Actually, it looks like it'll be a couple more minutes, too.
Just randomly start opening doors. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. But, what I might do is I give you the camera. Yep. I'll just take care of putting it on.
And Bob, it looks like we're back with you now.
You can use.
In case it didn't get through, starboard nadir for the toolbox.
Copy starboard nadir. Got it. Got it? Got it. Another one. I've arrived at starboard nadir.
Copy, Bob.
A couple weeks since I opened one of these. Like straight out of ASCAN. I see the hammer. We'll tether to the plates because I don't remember.
Copy and concur.
Tether to the plate. Good call on tethering to the plate because it comes all the way out.
We see you grabbing the hammer, Bob. We're 30 seconds from a 15-second handover.
In the top right-hand corner of your screen, you can see Chris Cassidy from the helmet camera of Bob Behnken. Our NASA astronauts coming up on the end of their spacewalk today, now at 5 hours and 40 minutes since they switched to internal battery power.
And we'll talk to you on the other side.
Today, the astronauts installed a new HD camera outside the International Space Station that is working well. They also removed 6 nickel-hydrogen batteries from the integrated electronics assembly, and they installed 3 lithium-ion batteries. This marks 23 of 24 of the new lithium-ion batteries that need to be in place. Very close to completing all of the station's battery upgrades, but not there quite yet. One of the batteries that was installed last year on the 4A channel tripped the BCDU, or the battery charge discharge unit, that helps disseminate power to the space station. That battery was disposed, and a new one was launched on SpaceX 19 in January 2020. So the battery needed is stowed outside the International Space Station, and that will occur on a future spacewalk.
Toolbox is locked. Both blocks are locked.
Copy, Bob. Just back with you. We heard both doors locked.
Affirmative.
Copy. So you're cleared down the airlock, and we'll attach the waste tether to the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy. You got the thermal cover open and you're ingressing, Chris.
Going in. I see our crewmates.
And closed and locked onto the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy, Bob. We check. With that, you can use a tether to take your green ring to the forward external airlock D-ring.
From Bob Behnken's helmet camera, you can see the feet of NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, who reported he could see their crewmates awaiting them inside the International Space Station.
Copy, Bob. Good config. You can release your yellow hook and store it on your mini workstation.
I've retrieved my yellow hook.
Copy. With that, you're going to ingress the airlock. We'll close the thermal cover and attach the Velcro strap.
So take a look at that tip, Jim, see what you think. Yeah, it looks like it could slide in. See it right there?
Yep, let me go over and see that. I see it looks like it needs to go in. Good catch on that one.
In pretty easy.
Yeah.
You gotta come out,
Josh,
buddy.
what we were talking about is it doesn't look like it was all the way out. It was just partially pulled. Apparently there are pins on the hinge mechanism for the hatch, and one of them was out about an inch. It's pushed back in now.
Okay, copy, Bob. We've been looking at that through your WVS, so thanks for the catch, Chris.
Ready for you.
All right, here I come.
And Bob, stand by 1. We're getting an ask for you to look at that area with the pit pin once more before you ingress.
Standing by. There are pit pins on both sides, and they look to both be fully seated at this point.
Copy, fully seated on both. I think we're just looking to make sure that there's nothing abnormal there and there's no chance of it coming out.
Yeah, it seems like maybe it just got pulled a little bit. It's in as far as it goes. It doesn't seem like there's a ball detent that holds it at that full in position.
Copy, and it confirm for us does it look symmetrical with the other side, the other pit pin?
It does.
Copy, thanks. With that, we're good for you to ingress.
I guess one additional word, the one on the forward side doesn't seem to plunger the same way. It goes all the way in on a WVS. If you can see, the handle for the pin is only about an eighth. On the other side, it's closer to a quarter of an inch, and there's a clear spring feature that's there. The spring feature doesn't seem like it's there on the forward one.
We copy all good words. Stand by.
And it looks like there are pins on the other lever on the hinge arm as well. And they appear to have the same spring feature. It's functional, just this one.
Copy. That's very helpful. Understanding the problems we've had with the camera, do you think it's worth trying to take a photo at this point?
Chris has the camera at this point, so it's easily accessible. We could try to get a shot.
The teams here would appreciate it if you can.
Okay, we'll try. Got the camera?
Yeah. The right will reach.
The crew investigating the exterior of the hatch on the Quest airlock. Now at 5 hours and 48 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Try to get stable here. I'll just put a BRT down and then I'll be able to do it.
Copy.
All right, thank you. We're getting R68.
Copy, Bob.
Try turning on the GoPro, and we'll call it good.
I tried it.
It's dead.
It gets a flashing red light and then turns off.
Okay.
So it's completely good.
Okay, appreciate the effort, and we'll proceed with the ingress.
Copy. I love that Velcro.
Yeah. It's a job we could do next week. There's a new mechanism.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, the thermal cover is closed and I have ingress.
Copy, Bob. Thermal cover is closed. We'll start stepping into the reconnect part, so you can take the SCU from the pouch, remove your DCM covers, and Velcro it to the DCM.
Work.
5 hours and 51 minutes into today's spacewalk, both astronauts are back inside the hatch, wrapping up their 9th spacewalk each, and the hatch thermal cover is now closed.
My SCU is installed, verified lock.
Copy, Bob.
Copy, Bob. V2, SCU installed and locked.
Copy, installed and locked on both. The note here is that a TCV setting of 8 will maximize cooling and minimize time for SCU cooling. With that, for both of you, we can switch water to OFF, and we expect an H2O off message.
V1, water off. V2, water off.
Copy. We're going to wait for 2 minutes prior to reaching for the hatch.
That's a good catch on that tip pin. It's only different than the others. Yeah.
And Bob, we're looking at the formation of the thermal cover there. We're wondering if you could just give it a tap in the center to try to have it bounce back straight. While holding onto the strap, Bob, just to react it.
You just don't want to kind of hold on to it a little bit, otherwise it's going to come off of this Velcro.
So we concur that looks better to us.
Happy.
NASA astronaut Bob Behnken securing that external thermal cover hatch.
All right, Bob, back with you. You can verify the outer hatch is clear of hardware.
The outer hatch is clear of hardware.
Verify the handle position per the hatch decal.
The handle position is per the hatch decal.
Copy, Bob. You can close and lock the hatch.
Didn't work.
We need to move?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
That was good. However you moved.
Okay.
You see us down. I believe it's closed. Latched. Blocking it. Hatch is closed and locked.
Copy, Bob. With that, we're picking up in the pre-repress cue card. A couple items have been done. We'll reconfirm. So for both, please confirm. Check SCU connected to the DCM.
EV1 SCU is connected to the DCM. EV2 SCU connected to DCM.
For both, check water switch off.
EV1 water is off. EV2 water off.
For Bob, check EV hatch closed and locked.
EV hatch is closed and locked.
Chris, on the UIA, check oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves, both to open.
Oxygen EMU 1 and 2 valves are open.
Chris, on the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2, both to on ON. Check that the EMU LEDs show on ON.
1 and 2 power switches are on, and the LEDs of the EMU are illuminated.
Copy. For Chris, check the power to EV1 and 2 voltages show 18 to 19 volts.
18.6 on both.
Copy. For both, we can switch power to SCU, and we expect a warning tone.
EV1 coming to SCU. EV2 SCU.
Copy, both in SCU. That completes the pre-repress. I'll turn you over to Doug. Thank you for the work.
Thanks, Josh. Thank you, Josh.
Okay, gents, welcome back. On your DCMs, O2 actuator to press.
Good work. Good work. That's EV2. That's for EV1.
Copy. Bob, check the EV hatch MPEV closed.
The EV hatch MPEV is closed.
Okay, I'm going to start throttling the equalization valve. Expect an alert tone. It's in norm.
Good rate for EV1. Good rate, EV2.
Expect another alert tone at 4 PSI.
Copy. Copy.
Okay, we're going to wait 2 minutes now for stabilization where it should be roughly 5.0 on your gauges.
Copy. Copy.
And with the beginning of repressurization today, we have a 6-hour spacewalk ending at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time, as the space station was flying 259 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean east of Japan.
Pressure is stable. Check that your glove heaters are off.
EV1, glove heaters on. AV2, glove heaters on.
Gloves for contamination and report any to Houston.
No additional contamination for EV1. No contamination for EV2.
Copy both. Okay, on your DCM, take your O2 actuators to IV.
Didn't work. EV1 is IV, EV2 IV.
We're going to start the repress again. Alert tone.
Copy.
And in this side of the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, you can see Anatoly Ivanishin, Ivan Wagner, and NASA's Doug Hurley awaiting their crew members as repressurization continues in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Today's spacewalk began when the astronauts switched their suits to battery power at 6:10 a.m. Central Time and ended exactly 6 hours later at 12:10 p.m. Central Time. The astronauts completed all of their tasks today, removing 6 nickel-hydrogen batteries and installing 3 new lithium-ion batteries. There will be only one more spacewalk required, to be planned for a future date, to replace a failed lithium-ion battery from a spacewalk in 2019. That battery replacement was flown on SpaceX 19 and is already at the International Space Station awaiting that future installation. The end of the spacewalk today marks this the 230th spacewalk of assembly and maintenance at the International Space Station. This was the 6th spacewalk of this year and the 3rd spacewalk for the Expedition 63 crew. It's the 9th spacewalk for Bob Behnken, who has a total of 55 hours and 41 minutes of EVA time. It was also the 9th spacewalk for NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy, who now has 49 hours and 22 minutes of spacewalk time. Today's spacewalk lasted exactly 6 hours, and in total, that brings the total amount of spacewalk time at the International Space Station to 60 days, 6 hours, and 34 minutes.
Anybody get alert tone yet?
Yeah, I had a tone, lots of tones. Yeah, whenever it gets close to stable, it starts beeping.
Okay, copy that. We're going to run into post-EVA now.
A quick view outside the space station to show you the new HD camera that was installed earlier today by NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy. The view you have is of the blue Earth below, the space station flying 260 statute miles over the Pacific Ocean. Meanwhile, inside the space station, you can see the hatch between the crew and equipment lock portions of the Quest airlock is now being opened, and NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy is happy to greet his crewmates on the other side.
Houston airlock, your step in 4.
We have that in work. And I think you're already tracking, but you guys are go to continue in the procedure as we work step 4.
Continuing.
Once again, you're now hearing the voice of NASA astronaut Ann McClain, who will walk the crew through their procedures to doff or take off their suits. The astronaut and cosmonauts now moving Chris Cassidy into the equipment lock portion of the crew, or of the Quest airlock. With the 6 hours of spacewalk time today, that puts NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy 12th on the all-time list for cumulative spacewalk time, now with 49 hours and 22 minutes in the vacuum of space. That safer backpack being removed from NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy's spacesuit. We didn't see the safer or the simplified aid for EVA rescue used today. That compressed nitrogen-powered backpack allows a crew member to maneuver independently of the space station, but it's primarily intended for use if a spacewalker became detached and needed to maneuver back. NASA astronaut Bob Behnken is now back inside the equipment lock portion of the crew lock of the Quest airlock. A reminder of all that our astronauts accomplished today. Earlier this morning, NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy installed the HD camera we got a glimpse from just moments earlier. The NASA astronauts also removed 6 nickel hydrogen batteries from the integrated electronics assembly on the S6 truss. They then installed 3 lithium-ion batteries. Battery updates for the International Space Station are close to complete, but not quite there yet. This was the 11th of what will require 12 spacewalks to fully replace all of the batteries. There's one remaining battery, a lithium-ion battery that tripped last year, and it will need replacing on the 4A channel. The replacement for that lithium-ion battery is already aboard the space station, having flown aboard the SpaceX 19 vehicle. It will be scheduled for a future spacewalk. Prior to any more battery replacement spacewalks, however, Behnken and Cassidy still have another spacewalk to accomplish. That'll be next Tuesday, July 21st. They will remove 2 lifting fixtures used for ground processing of the station's solar arrays prior to launch. They will also begin preparing the Tranquility module of the International Space Station for the installation of a commercial airlock provided by NanoRacks. That's scheduled to arrive on a SpaceX cargo flight later this year. Another look at today's spacewalk. It was the 230th spacewalk in support of space station assembly and maintenance, and it was the 6th spacewalk this year. That makes it the 3rd spacewalk for Expedition 63, the current crew. It was the 9th spacewalk for Bob Behnken, who now has a total of 55 hours and 41 minutes outside the hatch. That makes him 8th on all-time list for cumulative spacewalk time. NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy also finished his 9th spacewalk today, totaling at 49 hours and 22 minutes, putting him at 12th on the all-time cumulative spacewalk list. Today's spacewalk lasted exactly 6 hours, beginning at 6:10 a.m. Central Time and ending at 12:10 p.m. Central Time. That makes all of the spacewalks, those 230 that have been conducted in support of space station assembly and maintenance, totaling at 60 days, 6 hours, and 34 minutes of spacewalk time. One more look outside the International Space Station today, thanks to that newly installed HD camera that Chris Cassidy worked on first thing this morning. The International Space Station is currently flying 266 statute miles over the South Pacific Ocean, giving you those cloudy and blue views below. Back inside the International Space Station, the astronauts are getting some help from Doug Hurley, who commanded the Canadarm2 today, and Yvonne Wagner, Roscosmos cosmonaut, now doffing their gloves, which just means removing. And the helmets for the astronauts now being removed. And with NASA astronaut Chris Cassidy and Bob Behnken back in the crew lock, or the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, that wraps up today's spacewalk coverage. As a look back, the spacewalk began at 6:10 a.m. Central Time this morning and ended at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, making it an exactly 6-hour spacewalk. It was the 9th spacewalk for each of these astronauts. Their tasks today included the installation of a new HD camera outside the space station, and then they moved on to remove 6 nickel hydrogen batteries from the integrated electronics assembly. Those were replaced by 3 lithium-ion batteries. That completes the battery removal and replacement on the S6 truss. However, there will still be one more spacewalk required to complete all of the battery upgrades. Due to a failed lithium-ion battery on the 4A channel last year that tripped a battery charge discharge unit, that failed lithium-ion battery needed to be discarded. It will be replaced in a future spacewalk, and the lithium-ion battery is already aboard the space station after arriving on SpaceX's 19th commercial resupply mission. Bob Behnken and Chris Cassidy have now completed 3 spacewalks together, but they have one more coming up, and you can watch that next Tuesday, July 21st. We'll be going live on the air at 5 a.m. Central Time, 6 a.m. Eastern Time. With that, we thank you for joining us today for these battery replacement and upgrade spacewalk. This is Mission Control Houston.
It's all about matters of the heart. Hi, I'm NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson. Welcome to Station Life.